but the men's freestyle skiing aerials postponed because of poor weather conditions. Don't miss tonight's episode of 92.3 The Fan's off-season special. Get the latest on the Browns this evening from 7 to 9. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next, time for Baskin and Phelps here on 92.3 The Fan.
When it's your time in the car, focus on what matters to you. The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. Are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps. Cleveland's sports radio. 92.3 The Fan.
Start the party. We've got a defensive coordinator. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Life is good around here, especially as I see the snow dissipate around Northeast Ohio. My name is Andy Baskin. His name is Jeff Phelps. Good morning to you, Jeff. How's your life going? Good?
Yep. Couldn't be finer.
Good day yesterday? Kind of a weird day or no?
No.
It's a holiday. I mean, it's kind of weird. You guys worked yesterday.
Fine day.
Exciting? I mean, did you guys...
We had a great time.
Did you?
Didn't we, Dano?
Oh, yeah.
There
it was
you
a
go.
joy.
There you go.
What was the highlight of the day yesterday? Just get me going.
The highlight of our day, we talked baseball.
Baseball?
Yeah, extensively.
Dan?
Oh, yeah.
Dan and I were
Fearless
giddy.
Leader brought us porterhouses.
Dan and I were getting...
What? Wait a second. Whoa.
We did have catered steak.
Get out of here.
Nice.
You did not have steak yesterday.
Yeah, it was really good.
It's outstanding.
Oh, my. I would have came to work yesterday if I would have known that. But I had just to hang
really
with
good.
you guys. Jeff, initially yesterday we found out that we have a new defensive coordinator. You guys found that out yesterday. Mary Kay Cabot's going to join us at 11 to talk about that. Also, D. Orlando Ledbetter, Atlanta Journal-Constitution, is going to join us at 1.
He's the guy who caused the stink with Kevin and Baker.
Yeah. You got to like that, don't you?
I don't know.
It makes for good sports talk.
I don't
Controversy. If we don't have controversy, what are we going to talk about? Oh, let me just start this off. I know I probably shouldn't do this right out of the gate, but I am. I had an amazing conversation with the tuna over the weekend, just so you know that. Spent about 10 minutes with him. He was at a track meet with me.
Really?
I just wanted to share that with both of you. So he is alive and well.
He doesn't call anymore.
I know. Well, I don't know why he doesn't call anymore. But maybe he will now that I've seen him and we had a good conversation. Do you know he was a Kent Stater? Football player?
No.
Did not know any of these things about this gentleman. No. And now I have a little bit of
he hasn't called
respect
in years, so.
Well, he just got tired of our takes on the Ravens, and he got tired of us yelling at him, saying you're a traitor for being a Browns fan originally, and then going over to the dark side.
No, I don't blame him for getting tired of it, but we got tired of him, so it's all working out real well.
Oh, Jeff.
Tuna, if you're out there, I'm glad you met Andy.
There you go. We had a good conversation. All right, so let's talk a little bit about this defensive coordinator and what he brings to the table. Mike Rutenberg. What does this mean, Jeff?
Means they have a defensive coordinator, Andy.
Is there
If you're looking for anything more deep and in depth from me on this one, let me. Can we get into about October?
I'm with you on that too. I don't know that. Is there any level of excitement for Browns fans now knowing that they have a defensive coordinator?
I don't think so.
I'll be honest. The one thing that stood out to me is he's a Cornell grad.
We made quite fun of that yesterday.
Yeah, that was the thing that jumped off the page. I'm like, here we go again.
Andrew Berry had to get another Ivy Leaguer somewhere, so he got one.
Are all of our teams? No, the Cavaliers aren't. No.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. What is this? The Ivy League trying to run our city in sports? Can't we get somebody just like community college guy?
Works.
Why not? One of us, regular guy, maybe a Mid-American Conference guy, community college kind of guy, Clevelander, pail, lunch pail, hard hat. Now we get the guys from the Ivy Leagues to run us.
Got to be from somewhere, Andy.
Well, someone's got to be the smartest guy in the room, and I guess apparently we found that out again. But
it's not us.
We'll see. Were you surprised that they went outside the organization? I really think that was the only major question.
That was one thing that we thought. If you're going to run the same system as Jim Schwartz, maybe you should have promoted one of Jim's key assistant coaches, like Jason Tarver or Ephraim Bonda. That was the one thing that we thought. And then you're going to have to, if you're Mike Rutenberg, you're going to have to, I think, Andy, I won't say repair relationships, but I think you're going to have to make sure that you have your key guys on the same page, believing in what you're doing and believing in you and giving you a fair shake, even though you're not Jim Schwartz.
Did he just get handed the keys to a Ferrari? That's what I kept thinking this too. There were a number of things that I was thinking. I was like, okay, they have a defensive coordinator. They brought them in from outside of the system. It's an Ivy League guy. I don't know if I'm going to hold that against him or not, or hold it, or give him credit for it. But he has Myles Garrett. He has Denzel Ward.
Can I say something that's not real popular?
Oh, go for it.
The Browns' defense is not like it's the second coming of the Bears of the mid-'80s.
Okay, so what did they hand him? You're saying it's not a Ferrari. What is it?
They handed him I'm not going to go car. They handed him a really nice defense.
I asked you to go car. Why can't you know cars? I trust your knowledge of cars. You enjoy cars. They're a part of your life. So why, when we talk about the defense that we have here now, can't you compare them to a car?
They handed him the keys to a brand new, really efficient, nice, normal car.
Not even an SUV? I think it's an SUV.
Fine. But they didn't. This is not the greatest defense on earth. I mean, the offense had a lot to do with it, but they gave up enough points. They always look at defenses in terms of yardage given up. I've never seen a team win or lose a game based on yardage. I see teams win or lose games based on points allowed. And our defense gave up enough points. And if the defense had been better in a couple of games, we'd have won a couple of more games.
I mean, you're taking over the fourth best defense in the NFL, right?
Well, by yardage.
Yeah.
Yeah. By points, you're middle
Total
of the pack.
defense.
Points,
allowing 283.6 yards per game.
But points, you're middle of the pack. And I would just, if I go back to something Tyvis Powell, our buddy on the Browns radio network, said while we were watching games this year. I said, Tyvis, you're on defense, and this offense stinks. What do you do? And he said, we score points. I said, you got to go do what you got to do. You go get the ball. You get the ball, you create turnovers, and you try to score points. And he wasn't kidding. And I think this defense is really good. But again, I don't think it's not the mid-'80s Chicago Bears. But it's real good. And he was hired to make sure it stays that way and hopefully improve on it.
He just has to keep the ship moving in the right direction, because I would think
so.
Yeah, I don't know that there's no like, oh my God, we got Mike Rutenberg. Wow, this is fantastic. No one's stopping our defense now. I can't even tell you.
There are very few guys who would make you think that, though.
I mean, is this an upgrade? Is this same as? Is this better than? No one's going to know until we see him at the field. And you're right, Jeff. He's going to have to build a relationship with the defense, and
I think so.
And I don't know if that's his job or the player's job. I think it's his job to build a relationship by earning their respect, by making good calls, by helping guys fix things that maybe they didn't realize were broken. I don't know. To me, I think it's just like, okay, here's the keys to the car. Don't do anything stupid with it, and it'll help you win. And if they do maintain the course scheme wise, then there really are no issues. And I don't know why fans would be fans aren't going to have anything to say about him until something goes wrong.
Well, and you can be sure he's not going to run the exact same defense as Jim Schwartz.
Although it sounded like they wanted him to. Monken sounded like he wanted things to stay.
He said the scheme's going to stay the same. He won't run the same defense. He's not the same guy, and he wasn't here with him. So, I mean, there will be tweaks and everything else. Good. Hopefully they allow fewer points. That would be great.
I don't think we'll have an answer on what he is or who he is until the season starts to play out, and that's why I think it's kind of you think about, they needed this defensive coordinator, and it was a position you didn't think they were going to need because you were hoping that Jim Schwartz might stay. Well, that didn't work out. So now you go out and hire, Mike Rutenberg. Do I have to say both names all the time too? Can I call him something else?
Apparently they call him Rudy.
Okay, so you bring in Rudy, and he just has to maintain. If he maintains, even if you just want to question whether it's yards per game or not, if you could still be the fourth or better than that in the NFL, then you're a winner. You've made something good happen. And I think that's the task in front of him. More people are going to have their eyes on Monken than are on him.
Unless it goes south.
Well, and then people say, what did you do? This defense was great. What's going wrong here?
Why didn't you just promote Jason Tarver?
Yeah, the defensive line was ranked first overall, first in pass rush, first in defense by Pro Football Focus.
Well, they're good. They have some big time talent there, and more than just Miles.
I want to see it in action, and I think that's really all you can say about it. It's not like, again, did anyone call in yesterday and go, oh, my God, how lucky are the Browns? Look at this. What a major upgrade.
You know the answer to that.
The answer is 0.
That's correct.
Yes.
Well, let's be honest. I mean, unless you're a deep in the woods NFL person, you don't know, Mike Rutenberg from Andy Baskin.
Agree.
So hopefully he comes in here and he does a really nice job with a really good unit.
So I'm not trying to be trite, but what does that mean? What does he need to do to be successful? And is that maintaining exactly what they did?
No, it's build. You can't just maintain, Andy. You maintain status quo, you're soon going to be unemployed. I think he has to bring some of his own philosophy into it. I mean, Jim Schwartz is not the best defensive coordinator in the history of mankind. Jim was really good.
I don't know.
I wish he was still here.
There really haven't been that many in the history of mankind.
I wish he was still here. But for whatever reason, it all didn't work out. The Browns really wanted Jim. They would have hired him as head coach. I'm convinced of that, even with the offensive situation. And now you evolve. You have to evolve. And I'm sure he'll continue to do that. But the roster is set up to play a Jim Schwartz-style defense. That's an attacking 4-3, with a defensive line that gets the job done. And I'm sure Rutenberg will come in. He worked with Robert Saleh, who I think did a nice job on defenses. And we'll see where it goes.
I know one of the first things you're going to have to deal with is what happened last night with Ronnie Hickman. Was that last night? Monday? Yeah.
He doesn't have to deal with that.
Well, it was just a weird story, don't you think? Hickman got assaulted in a lobby of a New York hotel early Monday morning, according to the team. The Browns said in a statement, 24, he was treated for minor injuries in an area hospital after the incident, was later released and is resting at home with his family. No arrests. Who knows? But all I know is it happened at 4:33 in the morning. So I'm going to go out on a limb and say most good things don't happen after midnight, and most really good things don't happen at 4:33 in the morning. I don't know, am I a prophet?
Unless you're getting up to go to work. My guess is he wasn't.
Yeah, that's no, you did find an optimistic way to look at that.
I'm not gonna think that the guy was up to no good at 4:30 in the morning.
I didn't say he was up to no. I'm just saying most good things don't happen. What is most good things don't happen after 10?
Nothing good happens after midnight, Andy.
I've heard after 10 too. So, but he'll probably be a part of that defense that he's going to now see. Rutenberg will see, especially in the defensive backfield with, Grant Delpit and Tyson Campbell and Miles Harden and Denzel Ward. So, I'm looking at this trying to figure out what does he have to tweak? What will he have to work with? What does Andrew Berry need to do when he takes a look at his defense and says, okay, new defensive coordinator. I'm going to try to give you all the great opportunities that we gave Jim Schwartz last year, and I want to make sure that my defense looks the way it's supposed to look.
So when he drafts somebody on defense at 6, we're not supposed to get all excited, huh?
Well, it just depends.
Mad.
Are they going to draft an end?
They could. They could. I've seen them drafting the kid David Bailey out of Texas Tech at 6 in mock drafts.
If they draft defense with one of the first pick, the only reason, unless they go out and get free agents to help out the offense, I can't seem to want to swallow drafting someone on defense.
Take his strength and make
round.
it better. It might not be a bad way to go, Andy. We just saw a defensive-minded team win a Super Bowl.
Okay.
We just saw another defensive-minded team get to the Super Bowl and not win it. I don't have a major issue with that.
I need to see what they do in free agency before I freak out about the fact that if they don't draft somebody on offense with their first overall pick, with their 6th pick overall, or even taking 2 offensive guys in that first round. I know I'm not alone on that. I don't know what kind of impact your new defensive coordinator is going to have on drafting, but obviously he knows who he likes, and he's spent enough time in the NFL to know what he thinks he needs to be successful. Now, will they help him get that? I don't know. That's up to the front office. I just don't know what the impact of this new defensive coordinator is going to be when you have guys.
How could
like,
you though? You can't know yet.
If you brought in some big shot well-known, and I don't even have a name to go with it.
Rex Ryan.
Okay, Rex Ryan. You know exactly what you're going to get, and you probably could figure out what players wouldn't survive into the next season with the next defensive coordinator. Here, I don't know that you can do that. You can sit there and slam dunk the fact that you're going to have Myles Garrett, you're going to have Carson Schwarzenegger, you're going to have Denzel Ward, I hope, all these guys. I don't know unless there's some crazy thing that's going to happen here to try to move salary around or try to extend or have guys take a haircut. I don't know.
Always is. Welcome to the offseason in the NFL.
It's interesting. All right.
Rutenberg's going to have a good unit to work with, Andy. And then hopefully he takes what Jim Schwartz did and develops it even more.
His goal is to not go backwards. I think that should be.
His goal is to get better.
Don't go backwards.
You maintain, you get fired, Andy.
Jeff, he's got the number one defensive line. If the defensive line stays at number one, I don't know how you can't be better than number one.
How many points a game do they give up?
They're number one in pass rush. They're number one in run defense.
None of those things win a game for you. How many points did they give up?
You know what? If they give up 3 and the offense doesn't score, it doesn't matter.
Okay, well, you improve your chances the fewer points you allow. So, I'm just saying the guy can make the unit better. If he doesn't, well, then shame on him. That's what he got hired for.
I especially in the first year, I don't think he needs to make it better. I just think he needs to maintain, move forward, and if you somehow, some way get a little bit better here or there, then so be it. The problem is if it goes backwards, that's where we're going to have issues.
Well, sure, that's a problem.
Let's talk about some potential free agents for the defense, too, that maybe Rutenberg might be looking at, too, to try to convince Andrew Berry to bring on in. We'll talk about that when we come back. Mary Kay Cabot's going to join us at 11. 216-474-0092. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
There's a
Pharmacy Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. He's Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. 216-474-0092. Dan Mennigan is here. Cam Mata is also here as well. So I want to go back to what we were talking about with defense here for a second because, you got Mike Rutenberg coming in as the new defensive coordinator. What does that mean? And really, does anybody care? I don't know that that's even a hot topic at any water cooler today, that the fact that they did bring in, a defensive coordinator, but I don't know what defensive coordinator you would sit around and go, oh man, that guy's really going to change the game. I just don't see it. So we'll give him the opportunity to let it play out and move forward from there. Then you get into these questions of, what if the Browns go this way in the draft? What if they go the other way? What if they go somewhere other than on offense? Are you going to have question marks in your mind? Or are you going to start saying to yourself, well, what are these guys doing? I don't understand it. The defense is good. They, they'll probably get better even by just attrition, just by playing together for another year. We'll go through those free agents in a second, Jeff. But, I mean, if I had to tell you the draft was today, you would lean offense, right? With early picks.
Yeah, I would, but I'm not making the picks. I mean, common sense tells all of us that they should draft an offensive tackle with the 6th pick. And if you don't draft an offensive tackle, you should draft a wide receiver. I mean, we all know that. Doesn't mean they will. Doesn't mean that they don't think that, I keep mentioning the name David Bailey, the defensive end out of Texas Tech. Doesn't mean they don't think David Bailey is the next great defensive end in the NFL. And if you could add that to Myles Garrett, who's, let's be honest here. I don't want to predict anything here. Myles is his own guy, a unique individual with a different outlook on life, and he's about 30 years old. You think Myles is the type of guy who's going to play till he's 35? I don't.
He's in fantastic shape.
Well, it doesn't matter. You think – no, I'm talking about where his head is.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
He's got different things in life.
Yeah, no, I actually agree with you.
I don't know that Myles is going to play for another 5 or 6 years. So I could completely understand if they went out and brought in another great defensive player. And Andrew Berry has a much better track record of drafting defensive players than he does offensive players. So it wouldn't completely stun me, but it would immediately bring up the question, Andy, okay, now, about that offensive line and that wide receiver group that you didn't draft for last year,
right?
What are you going to do?
I was looking at CBS's mock draft. I know we're going to talk about some other mock drafts here in a second, but CBS had the Browns trading out of the 6th pick with Dallas to take Caleb Downs, which I'm sure would aggravate plenty of people around here.
Where's Dallas picking? Where would you drop?
So I think at 12, so you'd move down to 12, where Dallas's pick was, and you would take, now I don't think this would make people upset, Jordan Tyson, the wide receiver at that point. I think if you've come back to 12, I'm more okay with that, knowing that you'll still have another opportunity in the first round with your next pick. And then they went with Monroe Freeling from Georgia, the offensive tackle. And to me,
that guy.
Yeah, he's 315, 6'7". Bring it on, baby. I would take him in a second.
I could certainly see a trade down from 6.
I could too, especially if they don't feel like the defensive guy the offensive guy they want is there. I think that's the key part of that. I don't know that they would.
I don't think. I'd be surprised if they could drop down from 6, not drop too far down, and pick up another number 1. I don't know that would happen.
To 12 seems kind of far down.
Well, to not get for not a quarterback. Usually if a team's going to trade up for a quarterback, you get number 1s thrown into the deal.
Mm-hmm.
I can't imagine Dallas throwing in, their 12th pick and a future number 1 to move up and draft a safety.
Fred,
that doesn't make much sense.
Fred's in Maple Heights. Hi, Fred. How are you?
Hello, Fred.
Doing well, y'all. Hey, am I the only one? I can't stand the mock draft, man. I never could, and I never will. I'm just gonna say that. I don't put anything into that.
When they're right, When you find someone who's good at it, then I think it's worth it. But you're right. And all it takes is one trade for the number one pick to screw up everything.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Look, man, I was going to say basically, like, if the Browns is really serious about setting up this offense, right, wouldn't it just be smart to keep it simple? Go get a tackle early, and then grab a center, a smart center, possibly on day 2 or whatnot. If we can sign a veteran center, I don't know the guy's name, but I heard it's somebody that's out there, and the price tag may be premium for this guy.
Tyler Linderbaum from Baltimore.
Okay. We need that because a veteran center will definitely add some stability to that line, man, for Shador. But we got to get somebody to protect him for sure. And then I'm thinking, later on, we fill in a receiver, a little bit of D-line depth, maybe in the middle rounds. But my question to y'all is, are they going to finally build the foundation like they're doing out there in Berea or wherever at Brook Park with the new stadium, right? You can't build from the top down. So that's the same way with this football organization with the line. And they've been skipping over the foundation for so long. Are they going to finally build with the foundation, or are we going to watch another draft where they go defense and lead the offense piece together? That's what I'll take that off the air. All
right. Thank you. Appreciate the phone call. I don't know how you can't build with the foundation that you have now, especially on defense.
I can't imagine unless they make a haul in free agency. I can't imagine them not taking 2 offensive linemen in their first 4 or 5 picks. I can't see it. They have to do it. But there are decisions to make on the offensive linemen who are coming back, and they'll have to make those decisions. I would almost think if you try to keep more than 2 of these guys on this team, I think you're asking for trouble. So we've seen too much injury trouble, Andy, and we've seen the guys are getting a little older. There are decisions to make all across the line. But, if the decision is we're going to roll back what we have, I think everybody would be disappointed, and I think it'd be a bad call. And I don't expect them to do that.
This wouldn't surprise me either. Daniel Jeremiah says, he thinks the Browns with 6 are going to take Spencer Fano, the offensive tackle from Utah, and then even later come back with the same guy that we just talked about before in Monroe Freeling from Georgia, the 315-pounder. 6'7", 315, man. Are you kidding? Who wouldn't want to run behind that?
Well, if he can't block.
I can't.
But he's supposed to be good.
First, you got to get around him, don't you?
Well, we've been saying the same thing about DeJuan Jones.
Well, and then you get the 2, although he got hurt.
Yeah, I know,
he got better, but
again, that's the point, Andy. These guys got to be out there.
All right, let's talk about the free agents the Browns have currently on the roster, guys that may or may not be here. And we'll start on defense. And Jeff, I guess you look at Devin Bush right out of the gate, right?
Well, he's one of them, yeah. And he and Shelby Harris have contracts that are probably going to get voided by the Browns. And when they do, then the Browns will save money and blah, 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 and maybe you bring them back. Devin Bush, Shelby Harris, I thought they were both key guys for the defense. I would like to see them both back. See, that's the one issue we're going to find here with the defense. You're going to want most everybody back. And if you don't bring them back, then you're going to have holes to fill. But I think Harris was very good, and I think Bush played his best football last year. Didn't hurt that he was lining up next to Carson Schlesinger.
No, they have 4 restricted free agents, too. Ronnie Hickman being one of them we just talked about. Was dealing with the stuff going on in New York. And then Sam Kamara, Mahamoud Diabate, and Sam Webb are all restricted. And Diabate had some pretty good playing time and made some impactful plays.
And I would think Diabate and Ronnie Hickman are back. I don't think there's any question.
Webb and Kamara, whatever, right? Is it?
Well, I know they like Sam, but again, you're not going to be able to keep everybody. But I think you got to keep the key guys.
I mean, they're on the depth chart of the third string.
I would think Diabate and Ronnie Hickman are back.
All right, let's go back. Let's talk about the true free agents then. Shelby Harris, I think, is probably your him and MJ Emerson.
They've got to move on from him. March 10th, they've got to void his contract by, and they're. I would assume that his contract's not going to get picked up, and then they'll figure something else out. Teams do that all the time. And same thing with Devin Bush.
Do you think Harris ends up back here or no?
He's a maybe. See, I don't think there's any question you want to have him back, but this is where Andrew Berry's going to figure out how these guys are all going to fit. You know, who's going to work there, who's not going to work, how's the money going to fit. And I would personally want Shelby Harris back. I thought he did a nice job, and I certainly would want Devin Bush back. But these are the calls that he's getting paid to make, and he's going to have to figure that out.
You also have, Rayshon Jenkins, Jerome Baker.
These guys are unrestricted free agents.
Yeah. MJ Emerson. I don't know. And
Baker did a nice job, but unfortunately, linebackers can be like running backs. We'll find one.
Especially with free agency.
And you get a guy and you bring him in and he plays. I would think that they keep Martin Emerson. If you don't keep Martin Emerson, aren't you going to need another corner?
And it's also another third-round pick that didn't work out.
Yeah, but I think he's worked out. He got injured, of course. But I would think you'd want to keep Martin Emerson.
Trey Avery's another guy you're looking at, and then D'Angelo Ross. That would round out all the free agents on defense.
I would think you'd want to keep Martin Emerson, and I think you want to keep Cam Thomas at defensive end as well, who's a free agent. But
I don't know. Bush had a pretty good year last year. I mean, I thought he made some impactful plays.
Yeah, I would want to keep him. But they seem to like Cam Thomas at defensive end. Your depth on that defense is on the defensive line. That's a good thing. So I would think he's going to be back. We'll see. But again, if you're an unrestricted free agent and you've showed some promise, some other team might just think, hey, we're going to pay you like a starter, where Cam Thomas wouldn't be paid like a starter here. So the Browns will have competition for some of these guys.
All right, just taking a look at that. And let me throw this at you as we go to break. 216-474-0092. Bush, Hickman, Harris, Thomas, Baker, Jenkins, Emerson, Avery, Ross. Those are although Hickman's restricted. Of those guys, those are your true free agents. Who needs to stay? And then who would you be like, yeah, that's all right if they go. Not a big deal. 216-474-0092. Mary Kay Cabot joins us at 11.
Did you hear?
his Olympic debut today. However, qualification for the men's freestyle skiing aerials postponed because of bad weather conditions in northern Italy. Don't miss tonight's episode of 92.3 The Fan's off-season special. Get the latest on the Browns this evening from 7 to 9. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now, of course, you can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. That includes the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m. Our show, 10 to 2. Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin, 2 to 7. It's each and every weekday on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. You can subscribe to that channel for free. That's a good word. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan, live and on demand. You can do that right now.
Basket of Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. We're going to get a little Olympic curling update from Jeff Thomas. That's coming up in the next hour. So is Mary Kay Cabot. D. Orlando Ledbetter, 1 o'clock to help us talk through Mikey Rutenberg, who the Browns picked up. As
Mikey?
Mikey.
Mikey,
or what would you want to call him?
Rudy.
Oh, Rudy.
Rudy.
Okay. All right, well, Mike Rutenberg, Rudy, as Jeff calls him in a personal.
Can we ask him about that Stefanski fellow as well? How that's going over?
What do you think?
I don't know. That's why I'd like to ask him.
Well, it's not like, it's not like they probably had a conversation about him coming up here, do you think? Why would they?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Oh, I'm just saying. Do you think he talked to Stefanski before?
Oh no, I don't mean about Rutenberg and Stefanski. I mean, I just want to hear about what they think of Stefanski down there.
Oh, you're talking about D. Orlando Ledbetter. I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about. I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about Rudy. I was like, What's he talking about?
Well, we're not having Rudy on the show anytime soon.
Why not? Why can't we have him on the show?
Well, get on that.
Dan,
let's go.
Jeff wants you to do that. No,
I didn't say that.
He said you wouldn't want to have the new defensive coordinator on the show. Did you not say that either?
You're taking things in areas where I'm not going to respond.
Wow, that makes for really entertaining conversation.
Well,
all right, let me bring this up. Our good buddy Tyvis Powell always said this last year when they came back and they had virtually the same defense.
It was 2 years ago after they were really good, and then the year after they weren't very good.
And he came back and said, I'm a little concerned that they didn't make any moves. Because when you don't make any moves, and I can't remember what the outcome was, what he said, because I don't want to say the wrong thing, because I'm sure you remember, that he had just said that that's not good for teams. That was a general overall feeling. And the first time he said it, I was like, well, that's interesting, because I think the defense coming back is going to be pretty good. I think they're going to be all right. And he was like, I don't know, you got to look out for this when you don't change anybody on defense. So, and we just sat here and talked about guys coming back on defense, and could you not see them bringing back the same 11 next year? I could.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean you can't change in other areas, Andy. Very few teams ever bring back everybody. So I don't expect that to happen on the defense. We just talked about Shelby Harris, Devin Bush. If they're both back, I'd be surprised.
I mean, you're locked in on 9 of the 11.
I'd like them both back. Yeah, but just because you're locked in doesn't mean you're even locked in. I mean, guys get cut all the time. They get released. We'll see what they do. I would think that the new defensive coordinator would have some input there. At least they'd pick his brain and see what they think. So I'm sure that they will tweak some things on defense. So you've got a new defensive coordinator.
Yeah, I'm just looking at it though, and I don't know how you're not walking away from Myles Garrett. Unless you're trading them, or if they bring Devin Bush back and they bring back Ronnie Hickman, let's say they do, so that's another new investment for next year. You're not going to walk away from that. You're definitely not walking away from Carson Swessinger. You're not walking away from Mason Graham, Malik Collins, and Alex Wright. I was pretty happy.
They just signed Alex.
Yeah, so I'm pretty happy with the way those guys played, and Collins especially too. I liked Collins last year. Delpit's not going anywhere.
You wouldn't think.
I can't imagine that he would. Tyson.
But see, this is what happens. somebody will be a casualty of the financial situations, and I would assume there will be a move or two that are made. But
I just don't see it. But maybe you're right. Maybe you're just saying that the natural attrition of the game is going to do that. But I look at that 11, and if Hickman, who's restricted, maybe somehow doesn't come back, or Bush doesn't come back, I can understand that because of free agency. I don't see how the defense doesn't come back almost intact, if not intact, from the year before. Going back to the first part of this conversation, is that a bad thing if they bring everybody back intact, the starters?
No, I'd be okay with it. I mean, it's a good unit. But you've got to continue to evolve, and you have to continue to tweak, and I'm sure they will. I mean, I think you have to, Andy. Again, if you don't get any better, you usually get worse.
All right, well, let's talk about the other part of what I think fans are keeping their eye on when it comes to the Browns in the offseason. That's clearly the quarterback situation and Malik Willis. As we hear people say left and right, well, what about Malik Willis to the Browns? What about trying to pick him up? What does that do to the quarterback situation? If they could get Malik Willis, Jeff, would you want him?
That's a big question. I'd be hard-pressed to say no. I would prefer to have him than the quarterbacks we have here. But it's not an overwhelming, yep, go get him. Is Willis going to be better than Shedeur? I think so, and he's probably a better fit for what Todd Monken wants to do when he talks about mobility at quarterback. But I can't guarantee you that he's going to be a slam dunk better than Shedeur. And he might not be better than Shedeur. If Todd Monken is the offensive guy we think he is, maybe he gets the most out of Shedeur, develops him, and he becomes really good. And I think you have to have that possibility. But that's where they have to figure things out. I'd prefer Willis, but I don't know if they can make it work financially. And I don't know that now's the time to go get that guy. And by that guy, I mean the guy that you think is going to be your top quarterback.
When you change head coaches, anything can change, right? So
sure.
You never know what's going to happen. I don't know if Kevin Stefanski was still here, what the quarterback situation would look like going into next year. You just wonder, with Monken being the new head coach, would they want to make something happen for him? Normally you get that honeymoon period when you come in as a head coach, and they might be like, he might look at the quarterbacks and go, what are you guys doing? Like, why are we here?
Right, and that's where you want
why
his
did
input.
You guys drafted 2 last year? I don't understand any of that. And so then maybe they go for Malik Willis, but they're definitely gonna have some competition. Miami. There's other teams that might want to look at him too to try to bring him in.
I'd be stunned if Willis doesn't end up in Miami.
I mean, if you take a chance, you want to go for him. I think if you're a Browns fan and you're looking at it, you're trying to say, oh well, do you want Willis? Do you? Okay. Well, who are you willing to depart with? And then I still don't see I don't personally see a scenario where it makes any sense to bring Gabriel and Sanders back next year. I mean, I would just lean into Sanders and keep him and try to go and figure this thing out, and knowing that you're going to have Watson on the roster next year, and you're probably going to want to draft a quarterback or go out and pick up a free agent, a veteran free agent, or a guy that you doesn't have to be like a long-term veteran, but just somebody that understands the league and could be looking at second or third team to come here for the Browns to kind of round out what you're looking at the quarterback situation. Again, this isn't a rip on Shedeur. This is a question of an organization that said they were going to look outside, and Malik Willis might be that guy that they're looking at to at least do their due diligence on, to look and see if he is the man that would be right for the situation with Monken. I don't know. I don't know what Sanders is doing right now. I hope he's working out and trying to figure out a way to get better and be the quarterback that I think everyone kind of wants him to be, especially to silence the critics that watched him fall in the draft. And I think he proved a little bit of that last year, but there's more room to grow. There's no question about that. I still wonder the pretense when Monken got hired about Sanders and what their vision was for Sanders when they hired Monken.
Only Todd Monken knows that, doesn't he? That's the
But the question, does it matter?
that's the wild card here. Yeah, it better matter. He's
Well,
the head coach.
But if Andrew Berry has a different vision and they
Well,
brought
then
him
they shouldn't
in,
have hired Todd Monken. You know, I would think you hired an offensive coach and passed up the defensive coordinator that you said you loved because you want to trust that head coach with your offense. So I would think that his opinion is going to be extremely important. I won't say the main voice because that is Andrew Berry's job. But if you don't get input from Todd Monken, then why'd you hire him?
Input's one thing. Final decision isn't his answer.
Exactly right. Yeah.
So,
Well,
I mean, they may have said to him,
based on the track record Andrew Berry has of drafting offensive players, I'd really pay attention to what Todd Monken has to say.
yeah, and that's exactly how they're going to go into the meeting. Andrew, I got to be honest. I'm looking at your offensive players. They pretty much sucked all the way. So you better listen to me on what you want to do here offensively. I also wonder if you come back at this, what the front office was saying to him about Deshaun and saying, hey, we need to figure this thing out, because I'm sure they said that to Kevin at one point, right? We got to get this moving with Deshaun. We got to get it moving with Deshaun. And then Deshaun ends up getting hurt. So now Kevin's standing out there on an island trying to figure out what to do with his quarterback situation. But how much is the front office pushing that, the Deshaun narrative on trying to get him ready to make sure that he could be your starting quarterback? And I know you don't want to talk about return on investment. I'll do it till I'm blue in the face, because I still think, especially because Andrew's here, that he would like to, walk away from the situation and someday and say, you know what, the Deshaun thing really didn't work out until the end. And then we really got him going, and we either, kept him moving forward, or they went in a different direction. So I just, if you're going to bring in Malik Willis, I think you're going to get rid of either Gabriel or Sanders for sure. And I don't know who would have more value in the market. I'm assuming that it's Shedeur, but who knows? And I don't know that they ever gave Dylan a fair shot last year, knowing that the play calling may have been called back, or they just put him in a really, really bad situation walking into last season. I know people don't like Gabriel. I get it. I understand it. I mean, does he knock my socks off? Absolutely not. But I don't know what the parameters were around Dylan Gabriel to try to make him successful last year. Same with Shedeur. Like, I think they hosed him when they made him the backup quarterback and gave him 0 reps. The minute he became number 2 was the minute they needed to prepare him to be on the field at any given moment. And I'm not saying give him every rep, and I know this is kind of an old, tired story, but to me, they absolutely failed him, the team, and everything that goes on when they didn't give Shedeur that opportunity to be ready when it was his turn to get called. It was ridiculous. So you're sitting and looking at all these things, and people want to sit around here and talk about bring Malik Willis in. Okay, so what's it going to look like if they do? And what's it going to look like if they don't? Are they going to bring in a free agent, or are they going to draft a quarterback? I just think these are the conundrums that we're going to be talking about all offseason until they bring in a free agent or they draft a quarterback. Thoughts?
Todd Monken should have an idea of what he wants here at quarterback. And I think he'll share that with Andrew Berry, and then they move forward. I can see them just bringing these 3 guys back, playing one of them, and then worrying about the quarterback situation for 2027. That, to me, makes perfect sense. Better draft, different free agents. I just don't know that the answer long-term is out there right now for this team. So I'd be perfectly content with just playing the guys who are here.
Do you think being in Baltimore for Monken shapes the way he sees what he wants in a quarterback here in Cleveland?
Nope. He's been a lot of places. He happened to have an MVP who had great mobility and a great arm in Baltimore, so he coached him up. He happened to have Carson Beck at Georgia and other guys, Stetson Bennett. He coached him up. He's not locked into one type of offense and one type of quarterback. And that's why I think his opinion's going to matter greatly. And that's why I think, okay, Deshaun Watson, yeah, I can make that work. Shedeur Sanders, yep, I can make that work. We haven't heard much about Dylan. Who knows? Maybe Todd Monken watched tape of Dylan Gabriel coming out for the draft and thought he was the guy. We don't know. We haven't heard.
No, and you also wondered what that situation was where, they were joking around when they first met, when Shedeur met Monken for the first time. I'd love to be a fly on the wall in that room when they talked about what happened in Baltimore and if Baltimore truly wanted Sanders last year. All right, we'll come back. We're going to talk to Mary Kay Cabot from Cleveland.com, and she'll give us the lowdown. Plus, Jeff Thomas coming up in the next hour with some Olympic stuff, including his love for curling. We'll talk about that. We'll get into the Guardians. All kinds of good stuff coming up right here. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. You know, we've been talking about it for 2 years now, and 2026 is finally the year to renovate the kitchen. It's time for Choice Cabinet, and hundreds of local
92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Can you finally say it? Is Indiana a better football program right now than Ohio State?
And how does someone fall out of love with a sport? I think one of us can explain how. It's the Emerging Podcast Scene, presented by Extend Technologies on 92.3 The Fan Extra on the free Odyssey app.
Basket of Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Plenty of comings and goings with your Cleveland Browns. Let's get the lowdown on everything that's going on. We bring in super friend to the show, Mary Kay Cabot from Cleveland.com. And, of course, she is on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Hi, Mary Kay. How are you?
I'm doing great, guys. How you doing?
I'm Mary Kay.
We are hanging in. Mike Rutenberg, the new defensive coordinator. Can you give us any insight into what you think he may bring to the table for the Browns?
Well, he brings a lot of experience in this style of defense, and I think that's really, really important. Todd Monken told us at his introductory press conference that they were going to march forward with the Jim Schwartz defense, that 4-3 attacking style that we've been watching all these years, and that this Browns defense has been so successful in. So I think that's vitally important. He's worked under Robert Saleh. He's worked under other defensive coordinators and coaches like that who run this exact type of scheme. So I think it will be a seamless transition. And then everything that I can gather from people who talk about him, I've talked to a couple people that know him. I've heard really, really good things about him in terms of player development, in terms of just teaching and things like that. So I think this could be very, very good for Todd Monken and for the Browns.
Mary Kay, what does he have to do, if anything, when it comes to building relationships with his players who might not be happy that Jim Schwartz didn't become the head coach or isn't back as the DC?
Well, I think that the Browns players are all professionals. I mean, that is one of the prerequisites for these guys when they're brought onto this team. They're still held to standards of being, smart, tough, accountable. And so this football team is full of guys like that. So you know that Denzel Ward is going to come in here and give his all. You know the same thing is going to happen with, of course, Myles Garrett and Carson Schlesinger. These are really good guys in addition to really good football players. So I don't think they're going to be moping around. I think they're going to be excited about this. I think that Todd Monken is probably going to have just an amazing motivational message for them when they all gather for the offseason program in April. And I think that they'll be ready to go. I think they're going to recognize that they might have a better offense. Hopefully that's the plan for them, is to have a much better offense to go along with their championship caliber defense. And what's not to get excited about that?
Mary Kay, most of the defensive staff staying, right?
Yes, including, from what I understand, Jason Tarver, who was a finalist for this DC job, and Ephraim Banda, who interviewed for it. Those guys were really excellent candidates in their own right for this job. But, we don't know yet. We haven't had a chance to ask Todd Monken about this yet. But I'm guessing that, maybe he wanted to handpick his own guy and just kind of start fresh in that regard. So he was able to choose all three of his coordinators, and there's probably something to be said for that.
Does it surprise you, though, that he didn't perhaps promote Banda or Tarver?
No, I think what surprised me a little bit more than anything was the fact that he chose the only one of the three finalists who had never called a defense before. Jason Tarver has been a defensive coordinator, and Corey Unlin had been a defensive coordinator. So this is going to be Mike Rutenberg's first swing at the plate in that regard. So that's the part that caught me off guard a little tiny bit. But then when you study up on him a little bit more, you read up on him, you talk to a few people, you kind of understand where this is going.
It's just, and this is just me looking at it, it just seems the fact that they retained almost all the defensive coaches really makes me think that they were hoping that, it's nothing against Rutenberg, it's just they were probably hoping that Schwartz was going to stay. Am I wrong for kind of looking at it that way? Because if you were going to keep the plan in place, why wouldn't you? If Jim wanted the job, they wanted him to stay. At least that's the way I kind of look at it. Am I wrong?
Oh no, 100%.
Okay.
That's absolutely correct. I mean, I've written a number of times that Todd Monken tried hard to talk him into coming back. They absolutely thought he was going to stay and thought he would come back even after he was passed over for the job, just knowing that he was still under contract and that he really wouldn't have an opportunity to go anywhere else. So they for sure thought that they were getting Jim back. The players thought that they were getting Jim back. But, sometimes you have to pivot and you have to move on. And it just really looks like they landed the kind of guy who's a rising defensive star in this game, and now he's going to have a chance to put his own stamp on a defense.
With that thought in mind, if you're Rutenberg, do you want to be told, hey, here are your defensive coaches? Or do you want input in that?
Well, when you have an opportunity to become a defensive coordinator for the first time, I think if you look at the defense that he gets to coach with Myles Garrett, Denzel Ward, Carson, Grant, Tyson, all of those guys, I don't think you're going to pass that up even if you are inheriting the coaching staff. I just don't think you're going to pass that up. It's a great opportunity, and if Todd and Mike Rutenberg work together as well as I'm sure they think they will, then you might have enough success in this endeavor that you get some looks for head coach. So once you get yourself on that track, anything can happen. So I certainly don't think that was going to be a deterrent for him. And there's a whole lot to like about taking this DC job.
That said, we were looking at the defense as a whole, especially with just, one restricted free agent and one natural free agent. Do you think the defense, especially the starters, will come back intact?
Yes, I definitely do. I think most of this defense, most of these guys are under contract. Most of your key players are under contract. So that's one good thing for Mike Rutenberg is the fact that not only does he have continuity of staff, but he will have continuity of the players, of the personnel. So he's not walking in here getting ready to, lose his star defender or anything like that. These guys are under contract. They're ready to go, and they will try to keep this defense intact as much as they possibly can. And I think they'll build on what they did last year because Mason Graham will have another year under his belt. Carson Schlesinger will have a year under his belt. And these guys will be ready to take their games up to the next level a little bit. So I think that Mike is walking into a great situation.
With new coordinators, especially Mary Kay, you tell me, how much is Andrew Berry going to rely on their input when it comes to adding talent to the team, draft free agents?
Oh, I think a lot. Absolutely a lot, especially on the offensive side of the ball, because that's where they're putting most of their resources this offseason. And I think that Todd Monken is going to have plenty of say in who he likes at quarterback and who he likes at other positions. Now, of course, you have to rely on your experts, the guys that have been scouting these guys and just evaluating this talent over the past how many ever months, 6 months, 7 months, whatever. So definitely you're going to rely heavily on your personnel staff, especially considering, look what Andrew Berry and that staff was able to produce from the 2025 draft. But Todd is going to really be able to have valuable input on the starting quarterback of the Cleveland Browns for 2026. So that's pretty much, in my mind, job number one for him right now. Now that the staff is in place, now he has to figure out who his quarterback is going to be. So, it's time for him to possibly study some film on the draft prospects and to dig into any of the other available quarterbacks, the veterans that you might get in free agency or a trade. But that's got to be the next priority.
Mary Kay, I was just reading some of your stuff, and just a reminder that Deshaun Watson now 100% healthy. What does that mean?
Well, it means he's in the mix. It means that he has a chance. He has a chance to prove to Todd Monken that he's got something left in the tank and that he deserves to be out on the field. Won't be easy probably because it's been a long, long time, and he's coming off of not only 2 Achilles surgeries, but also that shoulder surgery from the year before. So 3 major surgeries, and he's got a long way to go in terms of proving to everyone that he can still go out there and be the elite quarterback that he was in Houston. But I think Todd Monken, as I asked him about this at one point, and he said he was intrigued about that notion to see what Deshaun Watson has left in the tank. Does that mean that he likes him better than Shedeur? No, it doesn't mean that right now. I think he's got 2 guys particularly in that room that are probably sort of neck and neck in terms of vying for the starting job, and then they will look everywhere else they can to find someone to possibly bring in here as an upgrade if need be. So I think that it means that he's got a chance, and now it's up to him.
All right, Mary Kay, so if you had to give me a depth chart on the quarterbacks right now, what would the depth chart look like?
Well, as I just mentioned, I would probably put Deshaun and Shedeur together because Shedeur, I think, showed the Browns enough in his 7 starts. He showed flashes of being a quality NFL starter. And he's had, the most recent opportunity to do that. And so I think that he would probably be, at least right now, right up there with Deshaun Watson. But we'll finally have a chance to ask Andrew Berry and Todd Monken about those things when we head to the Combine next week. So I think we'll have Andrew on Tuesday and probably Todd on Wednesday. And that will be our first opportunity to ask some of these key questions that we've all been really eager to find out about.
Mary Kay, Andy and I have kind of latched on to words that Andrew Berry said about external veteran options at quarterback. And then Todd Monken also said looking outside the organization, for a possible quarterback. Do you think they were just saying those things? Or do you think that, was that to try to inspire the guys here? Or do you think that they would really seriously consider bringing in, and I wouldn't think just a guy to compete. If you're going to bring somebody in, I would think it's going to be the guy. Do you think that's likely? Or because their words were very interesting to me.
Well, I don't think they would be saying that if they weren't serious about scouring other teams' rosters for trade possibilities and checking heavily into the free agent market and also really, really looking at the draft class. I don't think that they would just be saying that. When you're in a position to have to find your quarterback of the future, you're going to leave no stone unturned in your quest to do that. So I think they're genuine in what they're saying, but in the final analysis, will they find a veteran that they think is better right now than Deshaun Watson at a price that they can afford? Will they find a rookie that they want to develop or they think has a higher upside than Shedeur Sanders at this point? Remains to be seen, but they owe it to themselves, to their fans, to everyone to look everywhere.
Mary Kay, if the draft was today and you had the number 6 pick in your hands, I'm not asking for a name, I'm asking for a position. What position are you drafting?
It's a great question. What I don't know yet is there a quarterback that's going to be there or within reach with the number 6 pick that you feel can come in here and be your quarterback of the future? If that guy was there, and supposedly the number 2 quarterback behind Fernando Mendoza is Ty Simpson, if they had him rated such that he could be their quarterback of the future, then I certainly would not be opposed to using that pick on a quarterback. It's the most important position in football or all of sports, actually. And I do think that, if you find one that you really believe in, then you take a swing on them wherever you have to. So I wouldn't be opposed to that. But aside from that, I'm probably going, maybe even trading back some and going receiver or tackle there.
What are you expecting at the Combine?
Well, I'm really anxious to talk to Andrew Berry and Todd Monken there because as you guys are throwing out these questions to me, these are the kinds of questions that I can't wait to talk to them about because there are so many things that we don't know. I keep getting asked about JOK, so looking forward to asking them about what his future looks like and how they actually really do feel about a quarterback situation and, the free agent market. And everything's starting to happen on March 11th. That's when the free agency period and the trade market opens. So very, very eager to talk to them about all of that.
Yeah, if JOK is possibly healthy, I wonder what that would mean for Devin Bush as just being a free agent.
Yeah, Devin is set to be a free agent, but boy, did he have a really, really nice season for the Cleveland Browns. And I would think that no matter how you slice it, they would probably try to re-sign him. But, you never really know how these things are going to go. But, of course, his linebackers coach, Jason Tarver, is still here.
True.
And I'm sure that if Jason has any say in the matter, that they will be trying to re-sign Devin Bush. Again, don't know what the situation is yet with JOK, but that's one of the key questions for next week.
Mary Kay, have a great trip. Can't wait to talk to you after the combine, and we get to get a little bit more information about what's going on. Excuse me. Always reading you every day in Cleveland.com and in the Plain Dealer. Thank you, Mary Kay.
Thanks, Mary Kay.
Thanks, guys.
All right, Mary Kay, we will talk to you later. And, of course, she was on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Oh, she had some interesting things to say. We'll talk about that. And then Jeff Thomas, we've got to talk about this double touching thing. We might even need to bring HR in the room. It's Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Hey, everybody, it's Andy Baskin.
curling this morning. The United States falls to China 8-5. Another matchup coming up this afternoon against Italy. Women's curling thing's going a whole lot better. The U.S. topping Denmark 10-3. Don't miss tonight's episode of 92.3 The Fan's off-season special. Get the latest on the Browns this evening from 7 to 9. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
As always, you can listen to this show, all of our local shows, right here on The Fan, on Apple Podcasts, on Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Mary Kay Cabot just with us. If you missed any of it, it's on the Odyssey app. You can always check that out. She said some interesting things. Plus, we're going to get to a Jeff Thomas curling update here in a second because, we have controversy at the Olympics. I can't wait for him to jump on in.
Tell you what, man, you throw those 40-pound stones, you get people mad.
Double touching. I can't even believe it. I never thought I would ever say that in my lifetime.
Sounds like your prom date, Andy.
Oh, man. Oh, never mind. I'm not going to go down that road, but thank you. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Bring me back to reality. Mary Kay had some interesting things to say. After reading what she had said about Deshaun being 100%, I just think he is going to have every opportunity to be your starting quarterback week 1 next year. I'm locked into it at this point.
Yes, you are.
I am. And I've been locked into it for the last couple of years.
If he's the best quarterback, he should start. If Dylan Gabriel is the best quarterback, he should start. If Shedeur Sanders is the best quarterback, he should start. It's pretty simple. I think.
I don't. It's the stuff that's going on that goes around Shedeur that makes me wonder, what will Shedeur fans say if he's not starting? What will be the
You think Todd
rationale?
Monken would care?
Not if you bring Deshaun Watson out there and he starts winning. No one's going to care.
I would agree.
Shedeur fans are going to be like, trade him, get him out of there. He's sitting on the bench. I don't know where you go. What do you got?
Starting Deshaun Watson would literally be the equivalent of getting into a screaming match with a toddler over eating their vegetables and saying, you're not leaving this table until you eat these vegetables. That's literally what you would do to Browns fans. Nobody would win. Not a soul would win.
Maybe the team.
The only person who would get punished is the team itself and the fan base. That's literally what you're doing when you're just
Punished
looking at the
for
fans
what,
and going,
though?
you will eat your vegetables.
If your head coach
Watching crappy quarterback play.
But
Guy hasn't been good in 5 years. What do you expect?
healthy quarterback for the first time in 5 years?
Guy hasn't been good in 5 years.
A healthy quarterback for the first time in 5 years?
He was healthy the first time. Then he ended up getting injured. Then he
was a little broken when we got him in the beginning. Was he not?
No.
Not broken at all. 100% healthy.
Well,
I don't feel like going down that particular road, but
he had sat out a year and then he got suspended.
Let's go with that. That's the nicer road to go down.
Rusty?
There you
Say that?
Sure. If you want to call it that. Then he was perfectly healthy coming into the season after that and flopped. He hasn't been a good quarterback in 5 years.
But Dan,
put him out there,
you're missing my point,
punishing
though.
yourself.
You're missing my point, though. What my point was is if Todd Monken watches whoever it is at quarterback in training camp and OTAs and everything else, and Watson is the best, then he should start. If he's not, then he shouldn't start. It's to me, it's real simple. Who's the best guy? Start him.
He better be the best by 20 to 30%.
It's whoever's the best guy should start.
No.
This is.
I have no future with Deshaun Watson.
Well, of course you don't.
And I need a quarterback of the future. So why am I going to go down the road with the guy who's 31 years old, coming off 2 Achilles tears, an ACL tear, shoulder surgery, all of that stuff? Why? Because you want to make the kid eat their vegetables?
Andy and I will differ on the reason for this. I'll tell you it's because you don't like the other quarterbacks.
Oh, I agree with that. I was just going to say the same thing. That if you think Sanders or Gabriel is not your quarterback of the future.
Yeah. That's exactly why.
All right, then you guys can stare the fan base and make them eat their vegetables and realize you're truly the one being punished.
It's not us. Ask me who I think should start next year at quarterback.
Jeff Phelps, who should start a quarterback for the Cleveland Browns next year?
Shedeur Sanders.
Okay. Andy Baskin, who should start a quarterback for the Cleveland Browns next year?
Deshaun Watson, if he's healthy.
I am also Shedeur Sanders, and I don't think it's that close. Or veteran quarterback X. If they decide to bring in somebody.
Or different quarterback who's off the board right now.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree.
And the reason being with Shedeur Sanders,
I might buy that too.
I want to find out if Shedeur is A, the guy, and B, if he's not the guy, I want the draft pick to prove it. So then that way I can go get the guy. I have no future with Deshaun Watson. None. Zero. Zilch.
I agree with that.
Nada. 9.
Other than
negatory.
If he's the best guy and Todd Monken wants to get this thing moving in the right direction, you play your best guys. That's my only caveat.
Best guy, my foot.
You don't know that
Brightest
yet.
future is what you want right now.
No, but
if you don't
think future is what you want right now.
But if you don't think
losses.
the other guys have a future, then it really doesn't matter. Again, there's so many things that Monken and his staff have to determine here. So I truly think we should all be open to the idea that any one of these three guys could start. We don't know what Todd Monken thought when he was sitting in Baltimore. You know, maybe they're sitting in Baltimore, and I can't imagine this, thinking, you know what? Dylan Gabriel would be a great guy to get in here, and we could develop him behind Lamar. I've never heard that. That said, maybe that was mentioned in Baltimore. You know, we haven't heard.
If it ends up being Dylan Gabriel, you can talk me into it. That's fine. That's 100% fine. Deshaun Watson is a waste of everyone's time.
I can't disagree with you, but if he shows that he's their best option at quarterback this year, then he should play.
Especially because we sat around here when Todd Monken got hired, and I kept hearing, bridge head coach. We got ourselves a guy who maybe could be here for 2 years. If that's the case, and he's a bridge head coach, he better win now. And if he thinks Deshaun Watson is the guy that's going to help him win now, Deshaun Watson will be the starting quarterback.
The Minnesota Vikings brought in a quarterback thinking this will be our quarterback for a year, and then walked away from him after he won 14 games.
They are in a different position than you.
No,
are.
I don't disagree with that.
They have this mystical thing called offensive talent.
I don't disagree with that, Dan. It's just it gets back to who's your best guy. Whoever they determine that guy is should play.
Now, help me with this scenario, okay? Because you're good with this with the cap stuff.
Sure.
What if Deshaun Watson comes into camp, is healthy, and looks solid, and other teams are like, maybe
now you're dreaming.
No, you cannot trade him.
Okay, that's my question.
There's too much of a penalty to trade him. You cannot trade him.
Yep.
Just I would eliminate that idea from your head immediately.
I'm just throwing it out there.
He is either here or he is at home. Those are the two places he can go.
Plus, you want to be the organization that trades for him?
Yeah, and deal with all of that stuff that comes with it.
I know exactly what that feels like.
I don't mean us. I mean some other team.
This year, guys, if there's ever a year to either be at the top or at the bottom with a positive quarterback, it's right now. I don't want to play this middle game either where you end up at 500 because I don't have a quarterback. So if I'm 500 without a quarterback, that's the worst place I can be.
What if they go out and draft a quarterback, let Gabriel go, and then that's your third quarterback that maybe you have for the future, but right now you're going to stick with Watson?
No, that doesn't get me anywhere. Because all
if
that
he's
gets
not
me
ready,
then is...
what if they get... I mean, look, if you're not drafting a quarterback, like Mary Kay said, if the quarterback, she said 6 was interesting because what if the quarterback you want is there?
Mr. Phelps, how many quarterbacks were drafted in the first round that made the playoffs again?
This last year?
Yeah. Do you have that stat handy? You had it for a while. I know you had it. I don't know if you had it memorized or not.
Yeah, I don't.
Okay, my bad. I didn't mean to put you on the spot then. I thought you had it memorized.
Let's come back. We'll come back to that in a second.
It's like 5, isn't it?
Let's make way for
Hi, Jeff.
Prince Jeff Thomas. Hi, Jeff.
Hang on.
Oh.
Got buttons to push.
Hey, everybody. What's going on?
Hello, Jeff.
Hey, let's talk some of this.
Let's give the Olympics a miracle.
But this time on ice.
The USA has won gold.
USA! USA!
Take that, Sweden.
Yeah! All right.
Scandal at the Olympics.
Well, we'll get to that. So we're going to call this segment today.
Andy wants nothing but scandals.
Well, we're not doing just scandals. We have information to provide first.
Oh.
We're going to call it good, bad, and ugly.
Okay.
So here's the good news. First of all, the American women laid a beat down on Denmark 10-3.
That's right, they did.
They called it after 8. They said, no. The Danes said, no mas, or whatever they say in Dutch. So the U.S. is now 5-2. Very much got a shot at making the playoffs, so good for them.
The bad news, the guys lost to China this morning, 8-5. They tied it with 3 in the 9th. The Chinese put up 3 of their own in the 10th. So the U.S. now at 4-3. And there's a chance they don't make the playoffs. So the good and the bad. All right,
By the way, just
yes.
Niet meer. No mas.
Okay, thank you for looking
Niet
it
meer.
up. All right, now we get to controversy. Oh, my. It all started back on Fridays. We're getting ready for a nice long weekend. All hell broke loose as Sweden took on Canada. And in the 9th inning, Oscar Eriksson had some issues with what Mark Kennedy of Canada was doing with the stone.
It's okay touching the rock after the hog line. I don't know. Or touching the rock.
Who's doing it?
You don't know it?
Who?
It's a couple.
Who? I haven't done it once. You can off.
You haven't done it once?
I haven't done it once.
Okay. I'll show you a video after the game.
How about you walking around on my peel on the last day and dancing around the house here? How about that? Come on, Oscar. Just
to show you a video?
I don't give a They were standing here. They didn't call it.
Now, first I must specify.
Was that a Canadian?
Yes.
Wow.
Now, first of all, NBC does not allow us doing that. That is courtesy SVT in Sweden.
Okay.
So that's
we
where
thank
we
them.
go. Yes,
Yeah.
we do thank them.
Thank you, SV. You are our favorite. Thank you.
Yes, I'm glad somebody lets us use stuff from the Olympics. Mark Kennedy who actually got reprimanded by World Curling for the naughty language. There's video clearly showing, yeah, dude, you did double touch the stone. Wasn't even close. Use a little finger to touch it. All right, so here are the rules.
Yep.
You can only touch the handle of the stone. That's it.
And once you release it?
Yeah, once you release it, that's it. Now, if you're behind the hog line, which is the big, the green line where they're kind of showing right now, we're watching a little bit on the tube, you can touch the handle as many times as you need to before it crosses the hog line.
In other words, before you let it go.
Yes, but after that, you can't touch
handle,
it.
Right?
Yeah, only the handle.
Only the handle.
So
you can't touch the rock.
It's really hard to flush the rock if you're not touching the handle.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So
I
anyhow,
thought so too. Okay.
So, but that wasn't the only problem. So you had this men's game. Then you had the next day the Canadians women's team. Their captain, Rachel Holman, got busted by one of the officials for double touching a stone. And she denied it, even though, lady, I caught you red-handed or red-fingered, whatever you want to call it. Then we had a British player also got called for double touching. So what this all kind of leading into...
what are they doing?
Man.
Well, that's the thing. So for years, players have been calling for, the ability to have video reviews, which they don't do right now. But apparently, they rather have more money for liquor and, boondoggles than, be paying for, video
curling,
replays.
it's cold. You need to.
Well, sure. I mean, that's why they're all curling. Do some drinking afterwards.
Buy some Firebird.
So this is the thing about this controversy is, first of all, if you double touch, it's illegal. Stone should be out. That's the end of it.
End of that?
That's stone.
Okay.
So it's gone. It's out of play. That's how it should have been done. And the thing that kind of bugs me the most about this is you rarely see curlers going after each other. I mean, it can be intense.
Curlers throwing down.
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
And the thing about it is, now, I don't know about you guys. I've been to Canada many times, and the stereotype is true. They're very polite. They're very nice, probably nicer to us than we ever are to them when they come down here. The Canadians men's curling team, and I've been watching curling for a long time, some of the most arrogant SOBs you ever come across.
Yeah.
So seeing these guys get called out for cheating is fantastic. I hope someone kicks their ass, whether it's curling or non-curling. That would make me very happy. So
That's
there,
awesome.
Go USA.
Way to be, Jeff.
Yeah!
Did they not have reverse angle on Holman's double touch?
No, there's no video reviews at all. The only reason they caught the Mark Kennedy, because they happened to put a camera there after the guy from Sweden called him out on it. So now they're kind of like really looking. But there's no official video review in curling.
Oh. So what happens if you get called out? Just nothing?
They if you get caught by a judge, which is what happened to the lady with Team Canada, they remove the stone and it's out of play.
Oh man, that's rough surgery to get rid of that stone. But otherwise,
why does he do this?
I don't know, because that's who I am.
Does he think he's funny? He's failing miserably.
I'm not.
Yes, he does.
Yes, you
watching.
are. Yeah. Oh, trust me, you
I
are.
want to see the officials put. I know. I want to see the officials put microphones on and come back and look at the camera and go, bad throw,
double touch.
All right, we got to go. Jeff Thomas, thank you. You're the best.
Thank you, boys.
Thanks, pal.
Appreciate you. All right, we'll come back. D. Orlando Ledbetter is going to join us a little bit later in the show from the Atlanta Journal Constitution. Can't wait to talk about that. And Cactus League. Baskin and Phelps.
Men, trouble in the bedroom? Not anymore. Precise Men's Medical.
from 7 to 9. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan again. Mary Kay Cabot joined us at 11. She was outstanding. We did a curling update there with Jeff Thomas. If you're having technical difficulties, just kind of stand by because a couple folks checking in on us. We are out there loud and proud, so all of us can hear us right now. Let's just hope you're having a good day. All right, let's talk a little baseball here, Jeff. And full squad workouts start today for the guards.
Oh, yeah, baby.
Cactus League games on Saturday.
Bring it on.
And while all this is going on,
Sunshine.
Dan, I don't know, did you catch this? MLBPA Executive Director Tony Clark expected to resign. This is all breaking within like the last hour, isn't it? The last 2 hours?
Yeah, about that. This is
so what does this mean, and why? Normally this is the time of year where the MLBPA is at every training camp talking about what's going on, what's going down. They take votes, they do all kinds of stuff.
There's something
right
big
now
coming up at the end of the year.
Yeah, what's the scoop here?
Well, so he was supposed to meet with the Guardians today, and then that got canceled, that meeting, which, he makes his way around and talks to every single team. And that meeting ended up getting canceled, which set up a whole bunch of red flags. And so it is sounding like, according to The Athletic, that he will be resigning. Though keep in mind, too, Clark and the MLBPA have been under federal investigation since last year by the Eastern District of New York regarding using license money or equity to enrich themselves. So,
in other words, is that called theft?
Yes.
Okay.
Corruption, I think, is more the blanket we'll use right now. It seems to be a good umbrella term. So, yeah, that also probably is playing a part of it. But, yeah, if you're the players, getting rid of the guy
who's supposed to be spearheading all of the talks coming up for the hopefully lack of play disruption at the end of this year.
Though I must admit, the players have no respect for Rob Manfred and the owners have no respect for Tony Clark. So maybe this could help. Because maybe they could get somebody in there the owners might have some level of respect for.
This battle, and a lot of these battles seem like owner versus owner in some ways, especially when it comes to the money and the distribution of money in Major League Baseball. I just, because you can't tell me that if baseball didn't want to look at a format closer to what the NFL has, right? I mean, like, how hard is it to even just look at that and say, look how balanced that league is, although you'll say it's not. I know you, and you're right in some ways, but it feels like everyone's a little bit, even the Browns, right? Like, I could see them as 30th in all these power polls right now going into next season, but you never know. You're an injury or two away. The teams seem to be, no matter even if you're 32nd or first in the league, that there's always kind of something to hang your hat on. And then you look at baseball and you're like, oh, look at the White Sox. They have no hope. There's like all but,
Oh, but they picked up a lot of guys.
I know, but I'm just saying over the last couple of years.
They picked up the Japanese first baseman and then installed bidets in their bathrooms.
That's awesome. I didn't realize
you gotta
that.
like.
Yeah, well.
Mm-hmm. That is a legitimate story. There have been bidets installed in the White Sox bathrooms around camp.
That is not true.
It is.
Really?
100%.
Saves on trees.
What's the analytics on that?
Andy, we can't do that. Even if we are having a shakier signal, we still can't have that conversation.
Okay,
here.
well, I'm just saying that there's got to be there's an analytic reason, or else they signed on with a bidet company, and that's why they put them all in.
That'll be on our podcast, Flushing and You.
Oh, good. Oh, and we're going to the U.S. Open tennis tournament. We'll do that from Flushing Meadows. Yes, okay.
Exactly.
Well, that sounds right, doesn't it?
Flushing Meadows. I see what you did.
Thanks, Jeff. But you're looking at big time labor strife, and now you're losing your negotiator. The owners have to be loving every second of this.
It's not great, Bob. It's not great.
What does it mean? What is that?
It's a really good question. I don't know. I hope they would have some kind of contingency plan in a locked drawer somewhere. Maybe the players have something up their sleeves. Maybe they just put whoever the vice president is into that role and move forward with it so you keep the same general idea. I don't know, man. That's a really good question. Now's
not the time for a change in leadership.
Right now.
If you're looking to not have a work stoppage. I would think a new person would come into that role and try to make a mark. I'm going to take care of this. Let's get it taken care of. And either that or come in and cave to the owners, which wouldn't be good.
Yeah, the deputy director is a gentleman by the name of Bruce Meyer. So maybe that is someone that you would circle to take over.
It's a tough job to just walk into. So I would think promotion from within might be a great idea.
I would agree with you on that, too. I just, wow. Yeah, I don't know how this is going to shake this stuff. You know what? Ted in Cleveland has a thought on this. Ted, what do you think?
Hey, yeah, I got a thought about the whole revenue stuff and caps and floors and stuff like that. You know, so NBA and NFL, they have to spend 97% of their revenue or in some way on the cap.
Okay.
And that is also the floor.
Mm-hmm.
So do you think the Guardians would want a floor if our payroll is $90 million and a floor would bring us up to $260 million or $200 million or something like that?
So you're saying you think they wouldn't want a floor?
No, I don't. And I don't think the players want a cap either.
True. I agree with that. If I was a player, I wouldn't want a cap.
I think the players are very happy with the system that's in place right now.
I think the players are happy, and you know what?
The owners aren't.
Why aren't they happy with the current situation?
Because some owners are spending like crazy and others aren't.
Do they really want to win, or do they want to make money?
You know the answer to that, Ted. They want to make money.
Then keep it the way it is. I mean, I just don't see it changing. Is all I'm saying.
Well, it will change in some way, shape, or form because the deal's up, and they can get out of it and everything else, and there might be a work stoppage.
Feels like that's coming.
We'll see.
And now that the head of the MLBPA is out, I mean, you just lost your biggest voice. Crazy. All right, Ted, thank you. Appreciate it. Chiming in. I feel like we're headed for some sort of stoppage, whether it's a lockout or
a different agreement.
Well, yeah.
Will they be able to do that? Who knows? But there's clearly, I mean, this happens every once in a while, and sometimes they get it taken care of without a work stoppage, and sometimes they don't. But I would clearly think the players don't want a thing to change. Manny Machado over the weekend was great. Padres third baseman. Dodgers spending all that money? Oh, it's great for baseball. Are you kidding? I love that.
It was a great quote.
It was. This is awesome. Like, yeah, you think?
Yeah. That's how you should feel.
Way to be, Manny. Jump right in there, pal.
All right. We'll see how this thing plays out, but I think baseball fans will be the big losers when it's all said and done, as we were in '94. Remember?
You want Manny Machado's full quote?
Don't get fired.
I am not going to get fired. I love it. This is about the Dodgers spending, okay? Dodgers spending. I love it. And it started with an F. Every team should be doing it. This one starts with an S, is another word that starts with an F.
Wow.
Great for the game. Yeah, it's great for the game, Manny. Way to be, Manny. And then he says, I think every team has the ability to do it. I hope all 30 teams learn from that. I bet he does.
He's right. He's right. All right, so let me go back to our original conversation.
Bryce Harper. I love what the Dodgers do, obviously.
How could you not?
I mean, they pay the money. They spend the money. I mean, they're a great team. They run their team like a business, and they run it the right way. Yep.
What'd they say about the Guardians?
I don't think they were asked, Andy.
No one said anything about the Guardians? Shocker. As we look ahead, as the Guardians, I mean, we will have baseball this summer at least. As we look ahead, what are you excited? Who are you excited to see this spring? Is there anything that, gets you moving, gets you up? Travis Pizzana, I want to see him at some point. I don't know how soon, but that's one name of.
Buy a ticket and go to Columbus.
Oh, be cheaper than here. Won't it be? I would think so. Right? Yeah. What are you excited to see? Who are you excited to see?
I'm excited to see the pitching staff. I know it'll be good.
Does that make you buy a ticket?
Yeah, I love baseball. I hope. Dan and I talked about this extensively yesterday while you were out celebrating our presidents.
I was. You know what? This is really bad. I should have told you this at the beginning of the show. I forced the kids into a room, and we just talked presidential history all day long. It was fascinating. The kids have never walked out of a room and saying, Dad, I love you more than they did yesterday.
Take them to a presidential library.
Why would I do that when we have one in our own home?
Exactly.
That's how we feel about the history of this country. And
I
the
got yelled at
presidential
by like
process.
5 different people for making fun of presidential libraries. I didn't know this was such a sensitive subject.
It is not a sensitive subject.
I got yelled at by about 5 different people for mocking presidential libraries.
Do they use the Dewey Decimal System in presidential libraries?
They do not, but there is a passport that you can get, and they will stamp it at every single presidential library.
Really?
And I know this because I own one.
We just
the lady friend loves the presidential libraries.
I'm hoping that Chase DeLauder
is he in the Dewey Decimal
and
System?
or George Valera.
He's Dewey.
I thought he was decimal.
Hit. I think Brian Rocchio will. I think this is going to be a good year for Brian.
How about Manzardo?
I'm excited about him.
I'm psyched for DeLauder. I want to see a full season of DeLauder.
I want to see DeLauder. And if poor Chase DeLauder gets hurt in spring training, oh my goodness. Because Andy, we determined yesterday there is no plan B. Plan A is, hey, the young guys are going to get plenty of at-bats and they're going to hit. And if they don't, the young guys are going to get plenty of bats and they're going to hit. And if they don't,
okay, it'll be excitement.
It'll be something. Wonder if Tanner Bybee can swing a bat. He's only playing once every 5th day.
Bazana this year?
I sure hope so.
Dan?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Put him at second base and move Rocchio to short and move on from Gabe Arias unless he starts swinging the bat beautifully.
They can't quit him, Jeff. They can't quit him.
They might have to this year, Dano.
You're going to have to sit him down and really have a conversation with him. It's like a bad relationship.
Unless Bazana becomes an outfielder, in which case then he's going to play. And he'll fit right in. He's a lefty.
That's a good point.
That's a good point.
You got to sit him. You're going to have to sit the Guardians down and go, he's just not good for you. He's not good for you. You can do better. We promise you, you can do better.
Gabe's got a big arm, though.
He doesn't treat you right. I know he can have his moments, but he doesn't treat you right.
We'll see.
All right, we'll talk more about them coming up in a minute. I also want to get into the Cavaliers. Your expectations for the Cavaliers' second half of the season. Second half, meaning you're going all the way to the end of June. And you're going all the way to Father's Day. How exciting would that be? And then also, I need Dan to explain to me how he knew that they didn't use the Dewey Decimal System in the presidential libraries, and why do they use the Library of Congress classification system? I just don't get it. It doesn't make any sense to me. That will be a fascinating debate right here on Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
This
on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Cam Manna.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free.
You can check out the Fan off-season special every Tuesday night. That would be tonight, 7 to 9. Jake Volnick, Lance Reisland, Darryl Ryder. They recap all the latest Browns news, all the moves ahead of this offseason and free agency and the draft. And you can listen to it right here on 92.3 The Fan. You can stream us on the Odyssey app. You can watch every episode live on YouTube. That's the Fan off-season special tonight, each and every Tuesday night. From 7 to 9 right here on 92.3 The Fan.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Mary Kay Cabot joined us at 11. D. Orlando Ledbetter is going to join us from the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. He's a friend of the show, isn't he? Right, Dan? Jeff?
Yeah, he's from here.
He's a friend of the show, so we love having him on.
He's the guy who wrote the thing and said Kevin had, I forget the exact word, I'll look it up, but said something about the quarterback play in Cleveland, and then Baker said, that's a little strong, pal. And then Baker did I'm looking forward to seeing you twice a year, coach. So,
oh, yeah.
D. Orlando's the guy who got it fired up.
D. Orlando Ledbetter joining us a little bit later in the show. And he'll also be able to talk to us about Mike Rutenberg, who is the new defensive coordinator for your Cleveland Browns. Cavaliers back on the floor Thursday night, 7 o'clock against Brooklyn before they hit the road against Charlotte and Oklahoma City. And then they're back home a week from tonight to host the Knicks at 7:30. Ooh, that'll be a fun one. By the way, Sunday matinee, nationally televised game against Oklahoma City on Sunday. That's a 1 o'clock tip-off. Jeff, very excited about the second half of the season. Do you agree or disagree with this? I heard this last week, and Dan brought it up this morning for a second. All-Star break is gone. It's in the rearview mirror. Are we really at the midway point of the season? I would say if your team is really good, that's true. But
sure.
Not really.
Sure, but if you're not, you're two-thirds of the way through the season.
So you get to end this thing early.
Yeah, I think the All-Star break comes at a weird time, but that's okay.
I don't even want to walk down the All-Star break road with you. I hardly watch any of it.
It was okay. I just think they need to do something different.
I don't even know what else they can do at this point. I'd say that for all the sports. Dan,
except baseball. Baseball's a real game.
Were you an All-Star break or All-Star festivity man over the weekend?
Saturday, I caught part of the three-point shootout.
It's funny. The same thing.
I loved the game on Sunday. I loved the games.
Oh,
I loved the round robin. I loved that guys cared. I thought it was an absolute blast. It was exactly what the All-Star game was.
I don't think they cared that much, Dan. You and I differ on that. I thought a couple of guys cared, and that helped. And maybe it inspires the rest of the guys to play moving forward.
To be honest with you, I'd like to see the two of you throw down here in the middle of the studio. And first one to draw blood wins.
I'd like to go back to just east-west and play a little bit, kind of play.
Mr. Phelps would put me through the table with an elbow drop, and we'd pretty much end it there.
Really?
Yeah. It'd be a lot of trash talking.
Wow, like a Buffalo Bills table drop? Or
it
just
would
a
definitely,
regular?
it would either that one or I would just get myself in trouble. He'd put me in the sleeper, and we'd be done.
Really? Yeah. Jeff, you feel good about your odds in this?
Put him in the El Garfio.
There you go.
Little Pompero Furpo.
You wouldn't put him to sleep?
That's a good
Man,
job.
old school call there, right?
I like that.
Old school. What about the sleeper, this true sleeper hold?
No, the Sheik had a good one, but it wasn't. It was fake.
Overrated?
No, it's a good hold if it worked. And it can.
Interesting. All right, so the Cavaliers again now sitting there with a very nice 34-21 record, slowly moving up in the standings. Have Brooklyn on Thursday night. What are we expecting for the next month, 2 months here? 2 months plus.
Continue to evolve. Figure out who, where, what, how. Get Evan Mobley back. Get Evan working with James Harden, hopefully not making Jared Allen disappear because he's been terrific with James Harden on the floor. And then see what you get, Andy. Go play some playoff basketball. See what happens.
Is there a chance we see Evan Mobley coming back? He's
supposed to be back.
As early as this game against the Nets? Are we holding our breath?
I don't know. I haven't seen the medicals.
The stories are out there that
I hope he's back.
He's back as early as 19th.
I hope so. That'd be great.
I think so too. I want to see what he looks like with James Harden.
Well,
and then if you ask me,
don't expect instant pudding, to quote my friend Dan Menigan. Or is that you?
That's my line.
That's
man.
his, yeah.
All right, well, then my friend Andy Baskin.
Dan, I'm hurt.
Yes, you should be.
Wow. I mean,
I'm sorry. I'll just use that till I'm blue in the face.
Oh. You know, the one thing about saying you're blue in the face.
At least there's one thing.
And the
two you need to throw down. Andy, you could put him in the Cobra clutch.
Instant pudding.
Oh, he's a hockey player.
I'd be good if my arm wasn't still sore.
And he yells at people all the time.
I mean, it is still a mess. My shoulder is a mess.
It fits the storyline.
Oh,
it's a storyline injury.
It would be like so.
We'll have it wrapped in tape as you run down.
You know, there isn't much difference between the success Baker Mayfield had with his shoulder and my shoulder at this point, except for the fact it still kills to take a shower, among other things that I just avoid. I go through the pain with every day. And I'm not asking for any sympathy from anybody, but I got to tell you, I'm up 2-3 times a night with my shoulder. It still hurts. I got to go see Doc again. Man, I need a cortisone shot. I'd love to have a cortisone shot. Can I just say that? Is that bad for me to say that?
I think you're calling for drugs.
I think I just it eases the pain. I mean, that rotator cuff is a mess. Hopefully the bone is healed. As if anyone cares about my shoulder. What are we expecting in the second half here for the Cavs? I'm telling you that I need to see them make the finals. I want to see if they don't win the finals, I'll be okay with that. But I want them past the Eastern Conference. I want them into the NBA championship. I want us here in June hosting the NBA finals. I want the stupid inflatable trophy right outside the arena.
Okay.
Give it to me.
I'm not going to go that far. I think they've put themselves in a better position to compete this year. I also don't know that they're the best team in the Eastern Conference. I think there are 4 or 5 teams that could be legit Eastern Conference champs. And I think the Cavs are one of them. I mean, I do. I think they have a great chance. We'll see how it progresses. It's real early returns on James Harden and what the team looks like with James, and I think they're good. I like what they look like with James Harden. But let's not think that this team is championship ready, because I don't know.
I think they just need time.
I don't know that it is.
I think they just need time to be championship ready.
Well,
I think they have a champion. Do you think they have a championship roster? For the East, look at the rest of the East right now and tell me if you think they have a championship roster with the improvements that they made.
I'll say what I just said. They're one of 4 or 5 teams that have a chance.
Okay. So
I don't think any team in the East is head and shoulders above anybody else.
Dan, do they have a championship roster?
Yes. This year, yes.
I think so, too. I don't know. What do you think? 216-474-0092. I think they do. And I think making the NBA Finals is what I'm expecting this year. This is what I want. I want them to win the East this year. I think they can do it. What are you missing from last year? Darius Garland. What do you have now? James Harden.
Keon Ellis.
Yeah.
Dennis Schroeder.
Even better. You just made it even better.
No DeAndre Hunter.
Still better. Especially if you look back at the beginning of the season.
We'll see. I think they have a chance. I really do. I think that's good. I just think it's blind faith to say, yep, there they go. But I think they have a chance. I didn't think they had a chance before the trade.
I'm not even just what I've seen so far, and maybe they haven't played the best teams in the NBA, but I'm watching a team that I just couldn't even stomach to watch in the beginning of the season. It was just this rampant. I'm trying to think of a good word here. Overabundance of threes at end of games when they could have come back in it if they would have just been a little bit more patient and tried to get a couple twos to mix in with the threes rather than just, chucking the ball towards the hoop in the last 2 minutes of the game. Even when they were like down 6 or 8, when you're like, okay, you still have a minute 30 here. Like, you can figure this out. We just need we get a couple of stops here. Can you get a couple stops? Are they better defensively now than they were before the trade? I think so.
Yeah, should be. Should be. James is a better defensive player than Darius. And Keon Ellis and Dennis Schroeder have some real spunk to their game.
All right, as we head back from the break, the standings look like this. Pistons are in first at 40-13. Boston is in second at 35-19, and they're 5.5 back. followed by the Knicks at 35-20. They are 6 games back. The Cavaliers sit at 34-21, and they are 7 games back. Where will they finish the season? I'm going to say 3. I don't know that they get all the way up to 2. I think 3. I'll be happy if they get to 2. The Pistons seem like they're pretty far ways away.
Home court. As long as they finish top 4, I think that's fine.
So you just want to make 1, 2, 3, or 4. Doesn't matter. Just one of those 4.
Yeah, that's fine by me.
Dan, where do they land?
Get home court in the first round and then keep your fingers crossed.
Probably 3rd. 3rd would be my guess.
I'm going 3rd, too.
You got to stay healthy.
With a chance to win it all. Yeah, I don't know that they're going to win it all. Like, let's see what happens.
Yeah, win it all like NBA championship?
Yeah.
Win it all like Eastern Conference?
No, I think they can win the Eastern Conference. I don't know if they can win the NBA championship. And if they get to the finals, I'll be ecstatic. I'll be good with it. Even if they got swept, I'd be good with it. Remember how excited we were the first time they made it in, what was that, 07, Jeff? Against San Antonio?
Yep, after beating the Pistons.
We were all excited about that.
Should have been. That was cool.
Yeah, I mean, it was awesome. And were we let down when they got you-know-what out of them in those finals against San Antonio? No,
sure.
We weren't. We were?
Sure. Once you're there, you want to win.
Yeah, I agree. But when you went back and look at the season, you're like, you know what? Okay. I don't want to go back and look at the roster because I'm still trying to figure out how LeBron was able to will that team to the NBA Finals. But
what are you saying about Sasha Pavlovich?
Much different second time around. I don't see them winning the whole thing. I do see them or have a path to win the Eastern Conference, and I think that would make plenty of us happy, especially compared to the way we were talking 2 weeks ago. People, blow it up, trade everybody, get rid of everybody. I don't care if he was coach of the year last year. Blow him up. So easy to say that. They go out and make one trade, boom, everything changes, and I think you're feeling pretty good about the Cavs like I am right now. What else about the Cavs? We're going to bring that up next. Joe Varden joining the morning show. What did he have to say? What are we going to learn about that? We'll find out next. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, 216-474-0092.
I drive a Ram.
and every Tuesday night from 7 to 9 with Jake Volnick, Lance Reisland, and Dale Ryder recapping all the latest Browns news breakdowns of the offseason and where this team could be headed. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Cam Manna.
Can I throw one thought at you real quick?
Go for it.
I think it's kind of funny, actually. I get it, but I think it's kind of funny. Winter Olympics events being postponed because of bad weather.
Yeah.
Isn't that kind of the point? It's the Winter Olympics.
That is true. I'm just trying to think of
it's snowing at the Winter Olympics. Oh, my God, we can't do stuff.
Was it like high wind warning? Is that what the problem is
I think it's visibility.
It wasn't Kara supposed to jump today, too?
Yeah, that's apparently now tomorrow.
Oh, man, I kind of feel bad for her. Kira Dosa was with us last week, went to Walsh Jesuit from Cleveland, Olympic aerial ski jumper.
Apparently tomorrow, 4 a.m. our time. Women's aerials qualifiers run number 1. That's what it says.
Yeah, I think they have 2 or 3. I was watching the men jump the other day. Or I was watching, like, I couldn't figure out what's the difference between big air and aerial ski jumping.
I don't know.
Big air is new to me.
I think I don't know. It might have to do, are you carrying the poles or are you not? I'm not sure about that, though.
Oh, yeah, I don't think freestyle has poles.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Well, that's a good point. Okay.
But I'm not sure.
There's also, like, I was watching.
I did have to crack up, though. They had ski jumping yesterday.
Yeah.
And there were supposed to be 3 rounds. I think it was the team competition. And they were 3 people away from finishing the 3rd round. And they said, let's give them a snow day. So they canceled the 3rd round and just said, we're going to give the gold medal or give the medals out based on the results after 2 rounds.
Oh, I'd be so mad.
Yeah, I know.
That's a lot of travel to get the game cut short to go to running time or not play the 4th quarter. You know what I'm saying?
Official games after 5 innings, Andy.
I guess. Is that how it works? The other one thing, and I just want to get to this real quick because I want to get to the Cavaliers here in a second. That speed skating chase is another weird one. Have you watched that? That was on this morning while we were first segment. It was on.
Yeah, the 3 people and you start on the opposite side of the track.
How do you not wipe out in that?
I don't know.
They're too close to each other.
Speed skating is one of my favorite events at the Winter Olympics, both short track and big oval.
The skates are really weird. After wearing hockey skates my whole life,
they're just long blades, man.
It's just weird. It's like taking a couple knives and putting them on the end of your shoes.
Yeah,
I'm sure they're expensive though.
I can't imagine that they're not.
Can't be more expensive though than a kid's hockey stick. You know what those are going for these days?
No, I don't.
Just take a gander.
$300.
$300 plus. Yes, you are correct. You are correct.
Buy a baseball bat lately?
They're about the same, aren't they?
You could spend $300-$400 on
you could
a baseball
do the same.
bat.
Yeah, but then that's it. You only have to do that.
Which, by the way, you don't have to do. It's not that big of a deal.
What's a glove go for?
You want a really good one, custom made?
Yeah, no, it doesn't have to be custom. I can be part of the Rawlings group.
A couple of $100. You want it custom made? 3 or 4.
So let me get this straight, Jeff. You're going to go to a baseball game. You paid $400 for the bat. You paid $400 to $500 for the glove. What do you think you paid for the shoes? Spikes?
Oh, I don't know.
200?
100?
All right, I'll say 100.
You mean to play?
To play.
Well, it's not cheap to play.
No, and then all of a sudden then you get the greatest feeling on earth. You spent all that money on all that equipment. You bought the kids the uniforms. You paid for their league fees. You paid for their team fees. Then you walk up for that big tournament on the weekends. Oh, it's the greatest, isn't it? And then they sit
charge
to you
$20,
and they're like, "Here, it's $50 for a weekend pass to watch your kid play after you just spent thousands of dollars to get them ready for that." You know, I just figured I'd get them ready, and I won't watch.
You ever drop the line? How much am I allowed to charge you for supplying the talent that you're paying people to see?
You are the only one that's ever said that, and then I did drop it after I heard you say it.
Mm-hmm.
I said, if Jeff Phelps was here, he would say, "How much should I charge you for allowing to use my kid?"
Exactly.
Jeff, you're a poet. You don't even know it. You really. I mean, just wisdom.
Well, think about it.
Oh, it drives me crazy.
How do parents not get freebies for those? Every team in a hockey, basketball, baseball, whatever event, you should have to give every parent 2 tickets.
I will say this: most youth hockey events one that I know is based out of here that they're regional to, they don't charge you to get in the rink. No, you T-shirt. I was at one over the weekend. Want to guess what a T-shirt was going for? $45. $45. We had the national championships here for women 19 and under last year. $125 for a pullover sweatshirt. $125.
I remember the
first sweatshirt.
The first time that thing ever hit me, you got to pay. One of my kids was playing soccer and was like a freshman, wasn't playing.
Oh, good.
It's a JV type team, and they were coming along, and it didn't even dawn on me, and I walk in heading to the soccer field, and I hear, sir. I turn, yes, sir. It's $7, and my wife and I were together. I said, for what? They said to go in. I said, I've got to pay $14 to watch my kid not play? Yes. Okay. Thanks.
And the person there is like, you feel bad for the person there.
Well, I did. It's not their fault, but I just thought, are you kidding me?
Ah, man.
$14 to watch my kid sit.
Oh, that's okay.
Thanks.
It's better than the $50 weekend pass. The AAU basketball tournaments I always hear about, the folks that are going to that, or the basketball tournaments all over the place where they get you on the fee to get in. All right, I want to get, speaking of basketball, Joe Vardon was on from The Athletic this morning talking about the Cavaliers. And, okay, so now you've got James Harden here, and you're wondering, how is the chemistry going? How are things going?
There is a lot of optimism with that group right now. I saw Donovan a couple of times in LA, and I'm not breaking any major news here, but he's really excited. He is beaming, really, I would say, about where they are right now, and this should feel good for Cavs fans too. That there's a story. We do an annual All-Star poll. And there's a few different ones coming out this year. But in one of the answers, I quote Donovan. I'm not going to say what the question is, but his answer was no. I don't want to go do X because I have to win a championship in Cleveland first. So he's locked in and committed to doing it here.
That is great news to hear, isn't it? As a community that sits here and just kind of twinges every time we have a decent superstar in town and thinking that they want to be out the door 10 seconds later. Obviously, the addition of James Harden to this team has been meaningful, according to Joe. Is that fair?
I would think so, yeah.
Is that anything against Darius? That's the hard part.
Well, it wasn't getting it done, Andy. I mean, how long do you want to see that before you think, yep, we got to make a change? Took Kobe Altman about 3.5 years. Good for Kobe. He realized.
You think someone would have died? Other GMs would have died on that hill?
No, not in the NBA. Superstars get traded all the time. It's the wackiest league going.
Can we read into that as a fan? That's just make you feel good for the moment?
Andy, it's the NBA. It's the wackiest league going. I'm serious about that. I'm glad that Donovan appears to be very happy here. That's great. And when he puts his name on the dotted line and signs an extension, then I'll believe he's going to be here. And that's no disrespect to him or anybody else. It's the
we've
NBA.
Seen it too many times.
Guys get traded all the time, man. Guys leave all the time. It's the way it goes.
I don't know. When you say sign your name on the dotted line, I always think of Carlos Boozer.
That's a nasty story.
I know. I always think of that, and you're like, well, you know what? It's not official till it's official. And, you get an owner that wanted to help somebody out, and then all of a sudden, come on, man. Really? You just did that to that guy. Really? How often do owners do that? Think they're doing the right thing?
Almost never.
Never. And you know why?
Because of that?
Because of Carlos Boozer. Set the tone on that one.
Yeah, you just don't do that.
Joe also talked about another big story that's happening. I think not it's happening. It's being talked about. Let's put this in perspective. That there is a notion that this is LeBron James last year in Los Angeles with the Lakers, and could he be coming to the one place in the country where he doesn't need to buy a house? How's that sound? Could he be coming back?
There just aren't that many places that make sense Ken, if he doesn't retire. So for what it's worth, our beat writer for the Lakers, Dan Wojcicki, he still thinks that LeBron is ultimately going to retire. But for those of us who are no longer sure, then you get into the business of where's he going to go? It's just between the opportunity and the comfort. There just aren't that many places that would make more sense than Cleveland.
22.
That's true.
Jeff, 22 points a game, almost 6 rebounds and 7 assists, shooting 50% from the field. Does that sound like or look like the numbers of someone who should retire?
No. Here's the one thing I can't imagine about LeBron. You tell me.
Okay.
I can't imagine him going out the way Chris Paul has gone out.
Nope.
I think LeBron will go out when he's still playing well. He's not going to have I'm averaging 7 points a game and 2 assists and I'm playing 23 minutes. I don't see that.
Jeff, we were all here when Kobe took the tour and Kobe played his last game here. And I don't know, were you sitting in the press conference for Kobe's last? Were you here for that?
If I was, I don't remember it.
I was. I'll never forget it because I was just like, wow, this is Kobe's last time here. And he was so relaxed, so cool, so he loved it. He just loved it. And I can't see LeBron not wanting the same thing. I can't see LeBron not getting a rocking chair from everybody, right?
I can. I don't think LeBron cares.
You don't think he wants to do the Thank Me tour?
No. I don't know that he does.
I think he would want
I don't think he would put himself into that situation. To be perfectly honest, I could be completely wrong.
I think he would if he was still contributing, and 22 points, 6 boards, and 7 assists a game is still contributing as far as I'm concerned. I actually think, and this is just me personally, that if he had the opportunity to stick it out so that he could be on the same team as Bronny and Bryce, I think he would do that. I think that would mean more to him than anything else right now, to have the opportunity to play with both of his boys on the same team, which would be bizarre. But
that's a big leap there, Andy.
Well, I mean, if you can still put up 22, so 6 and 7.
I know, but I truly can't see him not being at the top of his game and sticking around, just to stick around.
1 year with your kids?
Well, you're assuming that both kids end up on the same team. I mean, what if
there's anybody that can figure out how to do it, it's LeBron.
What if Bryce ends up being a lottery pick, and whatever team LeBron would be on doesn't have a lottery choice?
At this point, I don't know. I mean, he redshirted this year. I don't know. Maybe he comes out and is a straight free agent, doesn't get drafted.
Maybe he's good and gets drafted.
Or maybe LeBron finds a team that's going to figure out a way to draft his kid. LeBron has pulled off miracles in this league when it comes to the way we look at contracts, the way contracts are handled, the way you could put a team together and organize things as a group of players rather than necessarily ownership, although I think Pat Riley had a plan. Pat was the smartest one in the whole bunch, trying to figure out how to get the guys that he wanted on his team to build a championship. And as much as Pat Riley drove me crazy for putting it together, if I was a Miami Heat fan or that was my team, I would have been pretty pumped that my GM was that smart to figure out something that I don't think a lot of us thought would be possible when LeBron entered the league even. LeBron has done things in this league that no one ever thought of, imagined, or will maybe ever do again. He brought power to the player, and if I go back and think about him when his career is all the way over, that'll be the thing that will stand out the most. His ability to figure out contracts the way nobody else did before. You with me on that a little bit even?
Not really.
You don't think so?
It doesn't overshadow his play.
I mean, his play was amazing.
His play was incredible.
But off the court, Jeff, he made statements that no one else ever made before.
Okay. I'm more concerned about his play.
I'm looking at the big picture. I'm looking at his legacy.
Okay.
And what he did on the floor obviously will always be lauded and will be, is that the right word? Lauded? Will always be appreciated. Probably a better word. But I think when you look at the business of basketball, he broke through all kinds of walls. And
That's just kind of the way I'll always see it. 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. That is the number to come in. We'll come back. We'll give you some headlines, everything that's going on around sports. And D. Orlando Ledbetter, Atlanta Journal-Constitution. What exactly are the Browns getting at defensive coordinator? We'll find out from him when we return. Andy Baskin here for
breakdowns of the offseason and where this team could be headed. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Cam Manna.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, 216-474-0092, 216-474-0092. Okay, well, we've talked about a lot of things today. We talked about the Cavs, we talked about the Browns, we talked about the Guardians, we talked about MLBPA, what's going on there. There's all kinds of things happening. Joe Varden, we played a couple cuts from his show, from him being on the morning show. D. Orlando Ledbetter is going to join us at 1 o'clock. So many things, we just don't have a lot of time to get everything into. So now we present Dan Menigan with the headlines.
Wow. That's kind of big musical intro for you there.
It's headlines.
From the 45-minute newsroom,
Or
here's
until
Dan
we can come up
Menigan.
with a better name. It's headlines.
Headlines.
Which we will come up with a better name.
You want to let the listeners come up with a? Give them a chance?
I mean, Dum Flaps Gums might already be taken.
Nah, they can come up with like the Menigan Minute, the Menigan Minute, something like that.
I think that's copywritten. We may have to go find Dum Flaps Gums. All right, gentlemen, let's start in the NFL. Albert Breer reporting that the Raiders hired Clint Kubiak because they wanted someone who mirrored Tom Brady's leadership qualities.
Well, maybe Tom should just be the coach.
And you couldn't tell that when he was calling. What game was it that it was one of the championships, or it was one of the playoff games, where he was just raving about Kubiak, just raving about him. You knew it was coming.
According to Breer, they landed on the former Seahawks offensive coordinator, who apparently, like Brady, is hardworking, creating a high level of accountability and discipline, and could lead.
Yeah, because most quarterbacks and head coaches are slackers.
Never spend enough time in the office.
Okay, does this make you feel more confident in the Raiders' rise or less confident after hearing this?
Oh, I think Kubiak will do a nice job there. He's got a pretty good offensive mind. I would think Tom Brady gets it together and helps them there a little bit. It is strange that they're kind of just, allowing Tom to be in the booth with the main Fox broadcast team while actually contributing to the leadership of the Las Vegas Raiders. It is a strange little thing. You can't, let's put it this way. Don't think they'd be doing that for Kelly Holcomb.
Fair enough. Good comparison, Jeff. Good comparison.
Thanks.
Yeah, I don't like it either. But I haven't figured out a better way to do this, and Brady has gotten good enough at this announcing thing that people seem to have been forgetting this whole idea of, he is one of the contributing owners.
Ken owns a team.
Who's also talking to all of these players and finding out what they're doing on offense and all of these coaches and all of that kind of stuff so that he can take notes and figure out how these other teams are succeeding.
If I was a coach for another team, I would not do those meetings with them.
I wouldn't either. I wouldn't.
I've been in those meetings. Sometimes coaches tell you stuff they're not supposed to tell you.
Zach Rosenblatt of The Athletic believes that the Jets will probably use the franchise tag on running back Breece Hall. Jeff, I'm sorry.
It's disappointing news.
That's all.
Disappointing news.
Hang on 1 second.
That's fantasy football news. Disappointing for me.
Here you go, Jeff.
Thanks. I've got one in my pocket.
These are Angel Soft, though. These are good for your tears and your sniffles.
Jeff has also been one on the free Breece Hall. Get him somewhere with a better offensive line and let him succeed.
Yep. Absolutely.
So,
although he had a 1,000-yard season this year.
Sorry, Jeff. Though an interesting one, Super Bowl MVP Kenneth Walker, it seems unlikely that the Seahawks are going to use the franchise tag on him, according to Adam Schefter.
You know why?
Do tell.
Because they'll get him back cheaper by just re-signing him.
Andy, would you re-sign him?
Yes.
I would too.
Yes.
Especially with Zach Charbonnet out with an injury.
Wasn't exactly awesome all season long. It was very boom or bust all season.
No, but he's a real competent running back. That's why I don't think they'll tag him. They're not going to pay him upper echelon running back money, but I'll bet he goes back there.
We'll see what happens.
He's only 25 too. It's not like
he is, but he hasn't been as much of a slam dunk as a lot of people thought he would be coming out of Michigan State.
You think anybody's going to give him the huge money he's looking for in the free agent market?
No,
I don't.
No.
So I think he ends up back in Seattle.
With a good contract.
Yeah, with a good contract.
So either, but you never know. Things to keep an eye on.
Second round pick, right?
Yes, he was a second round pick.
Yeah.
Yes. On the baseball front, Twins general manager Jeremy Zoll told reporters on today that Pablo Lopez, their starter, was going to be a top-of-the-rotation starter for them, had a significant tearing of the UCL in his right elbow. He is now going to get a second opinion. So, yes, I know they are AL Central rivals, but that stinks.
They're not going to tell me he's ugly, too, right?
You start doing Dangerfield? No.
I just felt right. Felt like it was a good time to say that, Joe.
Oh, it was ugly.
Oh.
It was so ugly. The only way you could get the dog to play with me was to tie stakes around my neck. Oh, I was an ugly child.
Oh, you were.
Yeah, that's a shame. I mean, you don't want to see anybody get hurt, especially
I don't want to see him get hurt.
anytime.
I thought you were talking about the sticks.
They're getting ready for the season, and that's a big waste of a stick.
A big waste of a stick. Because you know why? Good sticks are hard to find.
Well, they're hard to pay for, I'll tell you that.
You walk in the woods, you find yourself a good stick.
Valid point. That's a real valid
How's
point.
Derek Shelton going to do there this year?
Poorly, because it looks like they're tearing that thing down to the studs.
Our old friend?
Yeah, it looks like it's tearing down to the studs. So, we'll see where it goes. The only problem is it is the AL Central, so everybody seems to kind of tread water a little bit better than they should, unless you're the
It does
White Sox.
seem that way, doesn't it?
True.
Unless you're the White Sox.
Yeah, for those Tigers.
Everybody keep treading. Oh, no, I'm going to fall. Oh, look, I can touch the bottom of the pool.
How about that?
It's kind of weird how that happens. Padres are signing Walker Buehler to a minor league deal. The only reason I bring this one up is this felt like a move like the Guardians would do, where they would bring in an established starter on a one-year deal and kind of do the whole, hey, move your arm over here. Maybe you should stretch a little bit more. Try throwing this. Oh, look, you now have an ERA under 2.
It's absolutely the type of move the Guardians would make.
Right. Are
That
you
poor
shocked
kid,
that we haven't seen any of those this year?
It's like
For the Guards?
We've
it's
seen
like
it in the bullpen.
It's like a vintage player store, isn't it? Well, where are you going to get your players? Oh, we're going to go to the vintage player store.
Like Matthew Boyd is the perfect example. Like Matthew Boyd, when he was with the Tigers, was a guy who drew a boatload of soft contact. He didn't strike many people out. The stuff wasn't that great. The Guardians brought him in after Tommy Johns. They messed with some of the stuff, and now he's one of the best pitchers in baseball. And it's like, I'm shocked they haven't done this again with another guy.
I
don't see it this year. They'll find someone.
I agree with you. Ben Lively's not in that same situation, but they brought Ben Lively in on a minor league deal, 2-year minor league contract.
Yeah, because he's probably not pitching this year.
Right, probably not pitching this year.
Yeah, they normally would have brought that kind of a player in the last week too, right?
Isn't that kind of nice for the Guardians?
That they didn't, or that
No, they brought him in. I mean, Ben's got a rehab, and they're giving him a place to rehab, basically.
They're so sweet.
It's smart. It's a nice gesture, but it's also smart. You know, you build up a little loyalty with a guy who might be able to help you down the road.
We'll see where this goes. All right, we will end this in the NBA. So Mark Cuban just sent this out on Twitter, and it's not short. I will do my best to read it. You guys can stop me at any point if you want to comment along the way.
Stop.
Okay?
Go.
All right. Mark Cuban on Twitter.
Former Dallas Mavericks owner.
You should have said stop,
You're supposed to say stop.
Come on, Jeff, man.
I was getting that in before you started.
Green light, red light.
That's one of those names I don't know. I think everybody knows who he is. But nonetheless, why the NBA should embrace tanking. The NBA has been misguided thinking that fans want to see their teams compete every night with a chance to win. It's never been that way. When I got into the NBA, they thought they were in the basketball business. They aren't. They are in the business of creating experiences for fans. Few can remember the score from the last game they saw or went to. They can't remember the dunks or shots. What they remember is who they were there with, their family, friends, a date. That's what makes the experience special. Fans know their team can't win every game. They know only one team can win a ring. What a fan cares about, their team's record, all they want is hope. Hope that they will get better and have a chance to compete for the playoffs, and then maybe a ring. The one way to get closer to that is via the draft and trades and cap room. You have a better chance of improving via all three when you tank. We didn't tank often, only a few times over 23 years, but when we did, our fans appreciated it. And if it got us to where we could improve, trade up to get Luka Doncic, and improve our team, the NBA should worry more about the fan experience than tanking. It should worry about pricing fans out of games than tanking. You know who cares the least about tanking? A parent who can't afford to bring their 3 kids to a game and buy a jersey of their favorite player. Tanking isn't the issue. Affordability and quality of game presentation are. Andy Baskin, your thoughts?
Wow. Anthony said something this morning I thought that was interesting. Once the playoffs start, we don't even think about tanking. Not at all. Not once. And the players go out and they play super hard. And they want to win those games
because
they all want
the teams that tanked aren't there.
That's right.
Why.
They're all gone, and you will see you later. And so that is a turn-the-page moment on a season. I don't think he's wrong. I really don't. But I also think if a superstar is borderline able to play at the end of the season and you know your team's not going to the playoffs, it's like, could that guy have played tonight? Because exactly about the family of 4 that overpaid for their tickets and their parking and their food because they wanted to see their kid's favorite player who's not playing tonight. That I don't know if it's more about the tanking or about the load management stuff. It should be a bigger concern to the NBA.
2 things. He's right about the money. That's a big deal. He apparently he drew the line between sports because he apparently has never met a Guardians fan. Wait a minute. Our team has a great experience and a chance to go out and compete each and every night. That's not enough because we don't spend enough money.
Welcome to Cleveland.
I think he made some real valid points about the finances involved. To me, leagues are pricing themselves out of the everyday fan just going to games.
It's
on any regular basis. I mean, you can go buy the passes for the Guardians games. That's a great deal. But boy, NBA games are expensive. NFL games are expensive.
NHL games are through the roof.
You can get tickets and everything else, but you shouldn't have to save up and make it a once or twice a year occasion to go to a game. That's rough, man. I give the Guardians credit for that with the pass where you can hang out. It's a good deal.
It just kind of feels like Mark Cuban is blaming another problem without having a solution to the initial problem.
Yeah, I don't think people like tanking. I mean, he kind of just glossed over it and said, yeah, there's tanking, but by golly, it's more expensive to come to games.
Right. And it's like, well, wait a minute. Can't you, are we allowed to solve 2 problems? Or are we only allowed to solve 1 problem at a time?
Valid.
I was just thinking about this because I don't know if you heard me say this the other day. My buddy went to a Charge game, and I was surprised by how much he paid for the tickets, but it came with food. It came with all this other stuff. But you can also, you can get into a Charge game for like $20. So, if you really love the sport and want to see the sport and don't care about the names on the back of the jersey, there's options here even in town if you just want to go watch them play and have a family experience. I think the Monsters do a fantastic job of that too. And that even though that's, you're playing in a major league venue, it's still, it's AHL hockey. It's a little bit below, it's below the NHL, especially when you're watching the games between the higher teams. But it's just still, you have an option there. I think it makes you want to kind of choose where you want to go and how you're going to spend your money. Disposable income isn't exactly a fun thing to talk about sometimes. Orlando Ledbetter. Atlanta Journal-Constitution. He's going to join us next. He's been with us before. We'll talk about Mike Ruttenberg next.
and every Tuesday night from 7 to 9 with Jake Volnick, Lance Reisland, and Dale Ryder, recapping all the latest Browns news and breakdowns. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Cam Manna.
Don't trust anybody with your Cavs coverage unless they have sports in their name. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan, looking for a winner. Enter the word points. P-O-I-N-T-S, points, at 923thefan.com before 2 o'clock for your chance to win a 4-pack of combo meals from Mr. Hero. Download Mr. Hero's mobile app. You can get a regular BOGO offer, buy one, get one, just for signing up, and receive monthly coupon offers. You can order online, earn points while you enjoy your favorite menu items. Download today in the Google Play Store or Apple Store. Again, points at 923thefan.com before 2 o'clock.
Basket and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. The Browns now have a new defensive coordinator. His name is Mike Ruttenberg, and he is coming from Atlanta. When we need to know something that's going on in Atlanta, we turn to a guy from Cleveland who gets it. He's award-winning. He's outstanding. He's covered everything. He understands Ohio. He gets the whole beat, and he is one of the most fashionable men in all of sports broadcasting, writing, or whatever it takes. He is D. Orlando Ledbetter, and he is on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Hello, my friend. How are you? Thanks for joining us again.
I'm doing pretty good, Andy and Jeff. Thanks for having me on the show today.
We appreciate you joining us.
Good to have you back.
All right, what are we getting here in a defensive coordinator in Mike Rittenberg?
Yeah, he's getting a guy who's came up through the system, started out at the bottom, and has been, Jeff Ulbricht's right-hand man, certainly here in Atlanta, and then most of the time in New York. Guy who's technically sound and is also able to motivate his players.
We're intrigued. I want to get to this, but I want to ask you one more thing about the defensive coordinator. Do you think that's a huge loss for the Atlanta Falcons?
Yes, I do, because like I said, they were able to keep Ulbricht, but he was Ulbricht's right-hand man to kind of, back him up and echo his teachings, and they were in sync together. So big loss for them. He'll have to lean on someone else in that role. So. Yeah, big loss for the Falcons, and losing Coach Rudy is what we called him around here.
How do you think he'll play up here in Cleveland? You got a first-year head coach, opportunity, abundant in opportunity.
Yeah, I think you all got used to Jeff. You got used to Coach Schwartz, who did a great job on the defensive side of the ball. So it's not like he doesn't have talent over there. So you kind of got to keep the car on the road with the defense while you know what's happening on the other side of the ball. But I think Coach Rudy will be able to do that. The guys got to get the guys to buy in. It's not going to be a big major change, I don't think, from what they were doing. But whenever you have change at the top, you're going to need buy-in throughout the defense. And, he's a personable guy. He'll be able to sell his program and, motivate the players. Certainly, I'm sure there'll be some turnover, but you got some pretty good linchpins to build around with the greatest defensive end in the game. And shout out to my man Denzel Ward, one of the best corners in the league. So you all, I think he'll know what to do with what they have in place. And rookie linebacker was phenomenal last year.
All right, Orlando, let's get to it. You sent out what looked like just a nice comment about Kevin Stefanski and what he might be doing in Atlanta. You mentioned the quarterback situation. You mentioned Baker and Deshaun Watson, said they failed. And, boy, you poked Baker Mayfield, allowing him to come out and slam Kevin Stefanski and everything else. And Baker's response, failed is quite the reach, pal. He called you pal. Still waiting on a text call from him, meaning Stefanski, after I got shipped off like a piece of garbage. Can't wait to see you twice a year, coach. How the heck did your just thought turn into Baker going off on Kevin Stefanski? And how have you been dealing with that?
Yeah, we were just tweeting our story. It was a story on the quarterback situation throughout his time in Cleveland, which I think it was 19 different starters or whatever it was. So, I went through each starter, and Baker is, of course, at the front of that list. And he didn't like the he didn't like that we called the era of the quarterbacks under Stefanski's failed quarterback thing, because his record was decent enough and respectable enough, so he went to the playoffs. So that's in the story too. But the headline triggered him, and thing went viral, 25 million views, and now the Bucks and the Falcons have a little spice in their game this year. So we'll see how if the networks buy into that.
And nice job. Way to get that all going. I'm sure Kevin was thrilled.
Good job.
I apologize to him at his press conference. I said, sorry for sending Baker after you before I asked one of my questions.
What did he say?
He just kind of stared at me. I got the stare down. We got the stare down going after that.
Although he does, I got to tell you, for the press conference, he seems genuinely happier there than he was here, especially down the stretch run.
Give it time.
Yeah, as long as you can stay awake in the press conferences. Just your thoughts on him being there, and I mean, he does sound energized in Atlanta more than he was here in the end.
Well, I mean, I remember his work in Minnesota, and the optimism the fans had in Cleveland, going to the playoffs that year, nearly beating the Chiefs, and you got Chubb, you got Baker, looking like they're getting ready to do a major breakthrough. And then it all fell apart, and then the Deshaun Watson winning the Deshaun Watson Derby, that was failed for the franchise and for Coach Kevin. That's pretty much the end of it there. When he wasn't able to play, the suspension was longer than everybody thought, and then the injury started. So you kind of got to just look at what happened. Was it all him? Was it his doing? And then you look at what he did well in Minnesota, what looked like was on a good start in Cleveland, but he hasn't been able to sustain it. And you got issues that are probably beyond his control as to why he couldn't do it. So he's getting a second shot. A lot of guys get a second shot. Raheem got one here. Of course, we know the Belichick second shot story, and we'll see if Kevin can fall somewhere in the middle there.
The Orlando Ledbetter joining us from the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. It's weird how NFL coaches might run out of favor in one spot, like Kevin did in Cleveland, and then the Falcons giddy to hire him and one of the first guys off the board. Has the reaction been positive to his hiring in Atlanta, and what are folks thinking?
No, it hasn't. The first thing is that they started shouting was like, wait a minute, he's 4-8 and 26 in the last 2 years. Raheem was 16 and 18. They're like, well, we hired a losing coach. But then, you look at the record, you got to dig in a little bit more to see that, he did take two teams to the playoffs. He was a two-time coach of the year. And so, both sides have a little bit to feed off of. It's kind of like, okay, we'll stand back and see what happens at this point. But yeah, they made a call to Herb Harbaugh and caught it in an interview. They got Stefanski off of the market when maybe if you waited, you could have went after McDermott. But it looks like he wants to sit out. But yeah, we'll see. It's 10 openings, and they're still just reeling from after Arthur Smith left. They interviewed Mike McDonald. And but they picked Raheem. I don't know if McDonald was coming here or not, but he certainly just won a Super Bowl in Seattle. So the fans are like they like going to the game, so they'll go, but kind of like, oh, you got to start winning here at some point. It's been 8 straight losing seasons.
Kevin having a history with Kirk Cousins, I'm sure made people think right away when he got hired, and then it looks like now Kirk's not going to be there. Do you expect that to be the case, and how do you expect Stefanski to handle the quarterback situation in Atlanta with Penix coming back from his injury?
Yeah, it's been explained to us that, hey, Kirk's going to probably be cut. He'll have a chance to shop around here before the draft, and if he finds something to his liking, then, he takes it. But, if he doesn't, then, he's available to come back and, be into a familiar situation where he could, compete. Maybe Kevin will let him compete with Michael Penix for a job where the other regime was not going to let him do it. But the Falcons are in a better position to re-land him if he can't find the perfect situation that he wants to go to. He says he wants to start, but he'd probably be in the same situation where he was when the Falcons told him, yeah, you could start, but then the other team might still draft somebody. But it's not that many quarterbacks in this draft that he has to worry about. But quarterback play in the league has been down. They have trouble developing them. We saw Phillip Rivers come off the couch last year. So I got to figure there's some place for Kurt to land. Could be, a lot of different places.
Do you think that he would go back to Atlanta? I know his wife's from, Alpharetta, and they moved down there, and his in-laws are there and everything else, and he knows Kevin, and he would be the starter at the beginning of the year. And if it was going well, I can't imagine they'd go to Penix. Do you think there's a real chance he goes back to Atlanta?
Well, I do, because if nothing's out there, if there's nothing out there for Kurt, but we've seen every time he's going out to the free agent market, somebody's throwing money at him. So he's got to think he's not coming back, and that's probably just some dreaming on the Falcons' part. That, hey, we're going to hold the door open for you type of deal. And the fact that Kevin's here, that's even possible. That wasn't even possible under the former regime where, he felt, he said on his Netflix show that he felt misled right from the beginning. So, there was a breach of trust early on that's kind of always underflowing during his stay here. So, but the fact that Coach Stefanski is in Atlanta, that'll give him, maybe less trepidation about doing another deal with the Falcons if he can't find something else.
All right, last question. You're in Atlanta now. You guys, you and your wife have 2 daughters. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. Did you ever have to explain to them when you went to high school in Cleveland at Latin and Chanel that both those schools had to close down after you left? I mean, I feel bad about that.
Yeah, they've been driven by, been in the car on Northfield Road and 105 to see where the old high schools used to be at. No question about it.
Wow.
And at one point, I was talking to the PD about coming back home.
Yes.
And the oldest didn't want any parts of it, and the little one was okay. We were looking at some of the schools out in Mayfield and stuff. So, but yeah, they've been by and explained that the population drop and the schools closing and so forth and so on.
Yeah, you just had to explain it. I mean, look, I was so smart. I took all the smartness out of these 2 schools. Although Cathedral Latin kind of came back with NDCL now. They're out in Sheridan. So good luck. All right, hey, we appreciate you talking to us all the time and giving us a lowdown in Atlanta. You're always welcome back to Cleveland here. In fact, you need to give everybody a shout out back home, back here.
Oh no, I'm just excited for my mom that it's warm up there today. I'm gonna give her a call before she.
All right. Well, hopefully she's listening. Hey, thank you. We appreciate you.
All right, Andy and Jeff, you all take care, and thanks for having me.
Thanks, too. Orlando. All right, man. Always a pleasure to talk to D. Orlando Ledbetter, and he was on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Of course, he writes for the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, and an interesting perspective on everything that's going on, especially between the Falcons and now that we have one of theirs and they have one of ours. We'll talk about that when we come back. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
latest Browns news and breakdowns from this offseason. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Cam Manna.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. D. Orlando Ledbetter, one of us, one of our own.
Daryl is the D.
Went to, his wife's name also starts with a D, too.
But it's not Daryl.
It is not Daryl. Went to, what did I just say? He went to Latin, Cathedral Latin, back in the day. Went to St. Peter Chanel, back in the day. So went to high school here, but he's followed a really great road. He's won awards from Pro Football Hall of Fame, won some awards while he was working in Cincinnati covering high school stuff, and now he finds himself with the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, where he works, and he's been there for a while. And he was just giving us a lowdown on what we're exactly going to see here with Mike Rutenberg coming in as the new defensive coordinator, coming from Atlanta. I got to tell you, after talking to him, it's not like I felt good or bad about Rutenberg. I just feel a little bit better. I feel like that, he felt like it was a loss for Atlanta, so that makes me feel like it's a win for Cleveland.
Called him Jeff Ulbricht's right-hand man.
Yeah.
And Ulbricht, the defensive coordinator that Stefanski retained down there, former interim head coach of the Jets. So we'll see, Andy, Did
he change your mind, or did he make you anything?
No.
I mean, did he give you any insight that you were like, okay, all
yeah,
right?
I thought he played a bigger role maybe in Atlanta than we were aware of. So that's good. You have no idea how a guy's going to do until he gets the gig. He comes in here and let's see what he can do. He has talent here to work with, so that's a good thing. I think it's interesting that the folks in Atlanta thought, wait a minute, Raheem Morris went 16-18. We fired him, and Stefanski just won 8 games in 2 years, and you hire him? Interesting.
It is interesting.
Yeah. Kevin had a really good reputation around the league because people wanted to talk to him like crazy, and now he's got to go down there and win. Otherwise, he'll not be there for very long.
Yeah, I like I said, I thought Kevin had a refreshed attitude a couple times that we've heard him out of Atlanta right now.
Yeah, but what's he gonna do? Is he gonna show up at his first press conference in Atlanta and go, "Boy, we sucked in Cleveland"?
Jeff, after sitting in those post-game press conferences at home, I mean, it just looked like somebody sucked the life out of him.
Somebody did
after Flacco was gone, and so just you could hear it in his voice. And I'm sure you talk to any of the beat reporters that are there every day. Yeah, obviously it's a new challenge for him. It's exciting. It's just a whole new world for him. But I think I think he'll be successful down there. I really do.
I hope so. I wish him luck. Obviously I liked him. I thought he did a good job here. Not the last 2 years, but I think he was given nothing to work with on his side of the ball.
Did you get anything else out of that interview? Did you anything?
Yeah, I think the Kirk Cousins situation is one to keep an eye on. I don't think it's a situation to keep an eye on for our team. I don't see Cousins coming in here and being the quarterback of the Browns. But I do wonder where he ends up. He could end up back in Minnesota. He could end up in Pittsburgh if Aaron Rodgers doesn't come back. If you're the Browns, you could end up going against him twice a year if he ends up with the Pittsburgh Steelers. I think he would fit in well with McCarthy. McCarthy's familiar with him.
I wonder if we're going to see any trades here, or any trades will be consummated as we head over to Indianapolis for the combine. I
can't make them until the new league season.
That's
starts,
how.
right?
I mean, that's how they're going to.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. That he.
Sorry.
That I wonder if the Browns try to make some kind of a move, and if they did, who would it be? Who would they trade? Where would they go with it?
Like for what, quarterback?
No, just any position. Because I was reading.
I'm sure they will. If I'm Andrew Berry and I have 10 draft choices, and I think I have 3 fifths, man, I'm going to try and turn every one of those 5th round draft choices. And I've said this before. I've said it for years. 5th, 6th, 7th round picks. You're going to give me a guy that I think is going to play for me? I'm here. Take the pick. Good luck with 5th, 6th, and 7th round picks. I'll take guys who have actually proven they can play in the league first, especially if they're under the age of 27. Why not? Go get those guys.
Dan and I were reading a little bit ago here. Sorry, I just got this stupid little cough that won't go away. Dan, it was Denzel Ward, and it was coming from NFL.com, and they were talking about potential players who could be sent. I don't know, say not cut, right, Dan? That could hit free. The 2026 NFL free agency. The headline is notable AFC cut candidates. Talking about Tua, talking about Geno Smith, but the name from the Browns kind of blew me away. You want to get paranoid if you're a player in the NFL. Read one of these stories. It said Denzel Ward, and here's what they said in the story. Ward is somewhat synonymous with Cleveland secondary at this point. He's the team's 4th overall draft selection in 2018 and has logged 8 seasons as a starter with 5 Pro Bowl trips and 104 passes defensed. The most by a Brown since the stat was first tracked in 1991. At 29 years old, Ward may not be as elite as he once was, but is still a solid corner with years left to give. The problem is the money. Ward carries a $32.9 million cap hit in 2026, the highest on the team outside of Deshaun Watson, and the Browns could save $20 million by designating him as a post-June 1st cut. Cleveland is $2.3 million under the cap and needs heavy improvement across all areas of the roster to work its way out of the AFC North cellar. Given what he's meant to the team for the better part of a decade, this looks like it would be a more surprising cut, but it also might make sense as Cleveland looks to the future under new head coach Todd Bunkin. If they cut Ward, fans would be, you want to talk about bang your head against the wall. You can't cut Ward, although from a business standpoint, you can when you read that. Would you be shocked if they cut him?
Yeah, I'd be surprised.
I would too.
But you can be sure that the Browns will cut somebody this offseason, and most every NFL team does. That surprises you. It makes you wonder. So I think that's quite possible.
He'd land. He would land with another team in 2 seconds. If they cut Ward, that would just suck. I think fans would be super upset.
I'd be stunned if he's the guy, but they'll cut somebody to save some money.
Well, I don't know. Joe Hayden got cut at one point, so I think Ward still has plenty of career in the way he's playing. No one even throws at him anymore. Yeah, go back to the end of the season where we were shocked. Was it Cincinnati that we were shocked when they were throwing at him after moving the ball down the field? We're like, what are you doing? He's the last guy in the field you're going to throw at, and now you've decided to do that? Dan, can you see this? When I read this, I was like, really?
If you cut one of the 10 best corners in football, you should be drug tested on the spot.
Agreed.
But that's it. It's that simple. If Andrew Berry cuts Denzel Ward, they should remove him from the position and probably drug test him, because there's no other way to describe why you would cut a top 10 corner for a big pile of nothing. If you traded him, okay, now you can have a different conversation if you need to move on from money and figure that kind of stuff out. But you're just going to flat out cut him? No, that's not what you do if you want to be a successful organization.
However, NFL teams cut guys all the time for financial reasons. I agree with you. I wouldn't cut Denzel ever.
Right, but there are other financial levers. You could restructure his contract.
I know. My only point is, and I agree with you completely, somebody will get cut who will make you think, oh, boy, sorry, can't believe they cut that guy.
Ugh.
That will happen. It'll happen with this team. It might happen with every team in the league.
Matt Okada from NFL.com is the guy that wrote the story. JJ is in Cleveland. JJ.
Hey, how y'all doing, fellas?
We are good.
I just wanted to start off by saying I think we already got our quarterback, our starting quarterback. Just the way Monken came in the door, I thought it was a little telling right there. You already wanted Shador. So the whole Malik Willis, I think that is just, I don't know, maybe we're reaching. What we need to do is...
Wait, what about Deshaun? What about Deshaun?
Deshaun is here, and he ain't going nowhere. We can... he got a good chance to be the starting quarterback. I hate to say it, but he has a good chance to be the starter. The rookie still needs to learn, I think. Whether he learn on the field or whether he learn off the bench. He's still going to needs to learn. And Deshaun is not going nowhere. They still paying this guy a lot of money. They done paid him a lot of money. And I don't see him just saying, just go ahead and take the money. You ain't played for 3 years, and he's healthy enough to play.
Right.
You know,
I'm with you, JJ. Same page, baby. Same page.
You know, it's a receiver out there that I think they need to take a look at. And if you bury, you're probably taking a look at him right now. And that's Tyreek. Tyreek is out there. You know, it's Debo's family was a free agent. I think Gerard Jennings may be a free agent. It's a couple other good ones. You know, the Browns have a good chance to. They got a good chance to build this offense, man, in free agency, and you got a couple good draft picks. You know, we got a good chance to rebuild our offense in 1 year with Todd Monken, and I think it's going to happen. And I'm gonna say this, I think we're gonna be number 2 in the AFC North, maybe even number 1.
Ooh,
because if they could have pulled it off, if they could have pulled off anything this year, we would have been right there.
Yeah,
everybody choked. You know, even the good ones choked. And I was surprised, because from the jump, I thought the Ravens was going to be a way better team than they ended up being. But they wasn't.
I know.
Their quarterback play was horrible.
You're right.
Their defense wasn't that great. And they pretty much coming back as the same team. The Bengals, we thought they was going to come back and be a better team. They got 2 of the best receivers in the league, and they was not good.
You are right, JJ. All right, good stuff. JJ, thank you. We appreciate you calling in.
Thanks for taking my call, fellas. Y'all have a good one.
You too. Take care.
Got it, JJ.
216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. We didn't really even – did you talk about Tyreek Hill yesterday?
A little bit.
Did you? All right. Well, maybe we'll talk about that when we come back, too, because, I mean, I don't – did you play the sounder even on that, too? Do you want him?
There's no point. He's not playing next year.
There's a possibility that he's playing next year.
Do you want him?
Very slight.
Do you want him?
Not according to everything you read. There's some thought that he's ready at the start of the season. I'd find that hard to believe.
Let's talk about when we come back. 216-474-0092. Hey, I've been talking about it for 2 years, and 2026 is finally the year to renovate that kitchen. It's time for Choice.
and where this team could be headed. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Cam Manna.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. We got quite a show for you today. What do we have on today? We had Mary Kay Cabot was on with us 11. We talked all about the Browns and Mike Rutenberg, the new defensive coordinator. We had D. Orlando Ledbetter, native Clevelander, who now writes for the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, talking about Rutenberg and trying to give us the up-to-the-minute stuff on what's going on. We talked about the Olympics. We talked about the Guardians a little bit. We heard from Joe Varden, who was on the morning show, some of the things that he had to say about the Cavaliers and what to expect in the second half of the season. And before we kind of wrap things up here, too, Jeff, I just wanted to say, I don't know if you caught this or not, but Kent State's baseball team played LSU last night. They were a number 2 team in the country. Kent gave them a run for their money. It was 10-3 at one point, and Kent came back, and I think it was 10-7 was the final in that game, but they didn't quit. That's a number 2 team, baseball team in the country. Your Golden Flashes gave them a little run for their money last night. That was kind of went back and watched the highlights from last night's game. So it was kind of cool.
Kent has a terrific baseball program,
and they have for such a long time. And one of those definite things to be proud of.
And a nice field.
Yeah, right here in Northeast Ohio. If you missed a moment in our show, you can always use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration. That's right, Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. That's right, it's Integrated Restoration. 216-474-0092. Talking about a lot, and we brought up the story about Denzel Ward and the chance that, maybe if you're looking to cut salary, that he would be a guy you'd want to cut. I got to tell you, that's the last thing I want to see. Tyler's on the horn. Hi, Tyler. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. What's good?
What's up, Tyler?
So the first thing I want to say is I completely agree with you guys about cutting Denzel Ward. I just think it makes no sense. And even if it opens up some salary, what more could you want already having a top 10 corner?
Yeah, I can't understand.
Agreed.
I mean, and it was an NFL.com story that we were like, what is this? Like, why would they do that?
Yeah, I just felt like that made no sense. Then the other thing I was going to say is I'm a senior at Nordonia High School where Denzel Ward went.
There you go.
He's not just like a good football player, obviously, but he's also very big in the community. And I feel like that's just a great guy to have around.
Mm-hmm. Totally agree. You can go outside and check out all his track records, too. They're out there by the stadium.
And he was a fine wide receiver there for the Knights.
That is true.
Yeah, that's what I remember him more as. I remember him more as a receiver than actually a corner.
Yeah, he was good.
Yeah, the other part of it, too, and and thanks for the phone call. I mean, we talk about being a part of the community. I mean, his father, rest his soul, was a huge part of his life before he passed away. Was at Bedford Heights School, graduated from Cleveland Heights High School. Outstanding, but just a great leader in the community as well. So, I mean, I wish that meant something as far as a football team doing the business of football, but it doesn't. Unfortunately, I wish it did, but it doesn't. We sit here and we want to be fans about everything and say, how could you even think about this? How could someone even write a story about Denzel Ward maybe being a cap casualty here with the Browns?
That's the business.
That is the business.
You just said.
Right. Is there anybody on this team that you think they might be looking at to cut that you wouldn't? And why would you do it on defense? Like, I just don't understand.
Let's not get carried away with this. I don't think that's happening. I wouldn't do it. In the NFL today, you need a quarterback, you need offensive linemen, you need a defensive line, you need corners. I mean, those are the most valuable guys on a football field in this day and age. The way the game is played, corners, cover the receivers, get to the quarterback, defensive lineman, protect the quarterback, offensive lineman, quarterback.
Yeah, I also think that when we get to free agency, I am really wondering what this offensive line is going to look like when they get back to camp. Think about all the free agents on that offensive line right now. It's your entire offensive line, folks. And so they're going to have to figure out a way to rebuild that quickly. Outside of Harold Fannin Jr. and Quinshon Judkins, I guess Jerry Jeudy, I don't feel confident about anything on the offense. Dylan Sampson, I'll give you him too. You can throw him in too. But Jeff, I mean, it could be an entirely. We talked about not making any changes on the defense, which is sometimes rare. It is going to be a potpourri of changes on the offense for next year.
I don't think there's any question. Yeah. I mean, who knows who's going to be on that offensive line? Who knows who's going to be playing wide receiver? We know who's going to be at tight end. We know who's going to be at running back for the most part. We have no idea who's going to be at quarterback.
I thought one of the most poignant things in the show today was Mary Kay Cabot, and we said to her, I'm not asking, and the question was, the Browns have the 6th pick overall. Don't give me a name, just give me a position. And she said, well, obviously it does sound like offensive line would be the way to go. But then she threw out the caveat, don't be surprised if there's a quarterback sitting there at 6 that they want, that they would take that quarterback at 6. Would that surprise you?
Yes.
If they took a quarterback, yeah.
Yeah, the only one I can think of would be Ty Simpson. And I don't know that he's the guy you want to go ahead and pin your hopes to.
Dan?
Yes, I would be floored, but I would be more floored if something else happened. Can I throw you something else?
Yeah, throw.
So Tiger Woods is currently doing his press conference for the Genesis Invitational, which is this weekend, which is his tournament on the PGA Tour, elevated event.
Yeah.
Coming off of injury, of course, because, Tiger.
Is he going to play?
Is the Masters off the table for you? He was asked. He said no, and then smiled. Guys, are we going to see Tiger at Augusta?
In the gallery or on the course?
I've been hurt too many times.
In the gallery or on the course?
On the course. In the gallery.
I'd love it. I believe it when I see it.
Okay. You know what? I think this is the better question.
The guy's legs are just a mess, man, and that's a really tough course to walk. You've been there.
Do you want to see Tiger play
Absolutely.
Augusta?
Without a doubt.
Absolutely.
Okay. Even still at this point
He's
where
50 years old, and I mean, could you imagine?
He could still get it together, maybe.
I mean, could you imagine if he just even was on the leaderboard going into the last day?
Oh, my God, it'd be unbelievable.
Oh.
I'm just happy when he makes the cut at Augusta, and he makes the cut with his brain more than anything else.
I'd love to see it.
It would be so cool.
I'd watch. I'm watching anyway, but I'd be glued.
I'm trying to not get my hopes up, but them asking, is the Masters on the table for you? And Tiger saying no, and then smiling, kind of gets my hopes up.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
Kind of gets.
That's all. You have that little baseball.
I like
smile.
the way you said that.
It gets my hopes up.
It gets my hopes up.
Cam, do we have a moment of the show?
We do, and this one from Dan reminded me of what would not happen at my dinner table because I was not always forced to eat vegetables, but this was on his comment about Deshaun Watson and the comparison with parents yelling at their kids to eat vegetables.
Starting Deshaun Watson would literally be the equivalent of getting into a screaming match with a toddler over eating their vegetables and saying, you're not leaving this table until you eat these vegetables.
There it is.
That's how he rolls. He's so good. Why Are You Smarter? It's brought to you by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. In pain, give QC Kinetics a call at 216-770-5488. The man that said that, Dan Mennigan.
Our social media reactions powered by Scheibin Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. You can always get to us on Twitter at CLE Talking Heads. I don't have any room for smarter because now I'm excited Tiger Woods might come back at Augusta.
He's
All
like
the
a
intelligence
4-year-old.
has left my body.
He is.
It's just joy.
Cam.
Smarter today with even some technical stuff with radio in general. You just keep going.
Yeah, I guess we had a little hiccup there. I don't know. We were having fun.
We're just doing a
Jeff
show.
Thomas was
we
here.
don't know.
It may have just been a show for the four of us at that point, but we had fun. Jeff Phelps?
I liked the comments from Orlando Ledbetter talking about Kirk Cousins and what it might mean for the Falcons, what might happen with Kirk Cousins around the NFL, and also his thoughts about the folks in Atlanta not being real thrilled about Kevin getting 8 wins in the last 2 years and then getting hired as head coach.
I'm smarter by that Mary Kay Cabot, just that little whisper to think that the Browns might take a quarterback at 6. And I know, Jeff, you had one name. I don't know. Who knows what they could do? Who knows what's going to happen after the combine? Who knows who's going to climb the charts at the combine? And then all of a sudden, there may be a quarterback sitting there at 6 that everyone is talking about. And all of a sudden, you're like, uh-oh, I think the Browns are going to draft a quarterback at 6. Oh, how about that? And we turn around and go, Remember when Mary Case just kind of slid that little nugget in there a couple weeks ago? That's what we're going to be saying.
I would be flabbergasted.
You never know. You never know. Hey, thanks for listening today. We do appreciate you. He's Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. We are back again tomorrow at 10. Until then, be a hero. Be a real hero. Be an organ donor. Lifebank.org. You know what's coming up next. It's the afternoon drive, and they will make that end of your workday go by so much faster. They are up next right here on 92.3 The Fan. $1,000. Okay.
You got me.
funny.
Where's the fat man?
Where's your shtick for him?
I don't just give my shtick out to anybody.
Okay.
All right. I'm not that kind of radio host. Which, by the way, we know is not true.
I was going to say.
You get some shtick.
Since
and
when?
Everybody get some shtick.
It's the afternoon drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are Afternoon Drive, and it is Fat Tuesday, or as my people call it, Tuesday. We got Mac Robinson with that open on the board. Yes. We've got Jake Merman on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Be good in that chat. Don't get too crazy here. It's just a damn Tuesday. But as always, if you're watching along on the YouTubes, like our videos, we like to be liked. And do not forget, don't you dare forget to subscribe to 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. And Katie Pollock doing the 2020s today. Hi, JP.
Hello. How are you?
We are the definition of still standing today.
That's good. That's all you need to be today. You don't need to be anything else but standing. Well, I guess in our case, sitting. We're sitting for 5 hours.
Well, yeah, that probably poor choice of words. I'm still sitting. But I have not had a punchki today, and that feels like a real win.
I haven't either. It was nice. Madigan told me a couple minutes ago I was looking skinny when I've never felt fatter, ladies and gentlemen.
I always wonder when people say that, unless I'm really down some poundage, I always wonder, I'm like, man, in my mind, I must be like so past morbidly obese. Like whatever, that's that fat thing. Remember where it was like, you don't look that fat. And I was like, I don't know what that fat looks like. I am that fat
okay.
in their mind.
Okay.
And then they look at me and they're like, well, he's not that fat.
Well, that's part of it, right? Like if they're going to say you look skinny, then at one point they were thinking about how fat you looked.
Yeah. Now,
that was a real conversation they had with themselves.
Now, you and I are both of the same mind. When I'm down a few pounds, don't let me know. Don't. Because immediately I'm going to be like, well, what's one punchki? I mean, come on. Yeah. It's Fat Tuesday.
I told Madigan, you have to, if anything, come around and just tell me I look fat. And so then it'll make sure that I do better with eating and not be as... I mean, I was on one this last weekend, Nick. I mean, all I ate was candy and sweets. It's all. Well, I was around a lot of little kids. That didn't help.
Yeah.
But like, you go to like the different big candy stores and such with all those large selections, and you're buying it for my nephew and my niece and all these things, and I just took everything down.
Listen.
Just a poor display of
now
eating
you're
by
back
me
in
this
your rhythm.
weekend.
Well,
I know,
you're out of your rhythm. You're workhorse, and you're out of your rhythm because the family was in town. That's why.
It's really all
not
it was.
Impulsive behavior, not a love of sweet food.
Gave myself a green light, though.
You had to.
We gave myself a green light. You have to in life.
You know what? Life is all about living. And what is living if you're denying yourself at every turn?
Well,
right?
but then being reminded just how poorly you feel when you do go down that road.
Yeah.
You know, that's the other thing. It's like, it's funny, back in the day when you drink a lot and then you'd wake up the next day and be like, I gotta stop this nonsense. Now I do it. How lame is this? I do this for like candy. I'll be like, I gotta wake up the next day and be like, no wonder you felt like crap all day yesterday. This is getting older is all this is.
I kind of think it's the same engine.
Is that what that is?
I think you go from alcohol and you're like, well, that's not good. I'm going to stop that. And then you just take that and put it into something else.
I think at least society, though, understands it more. The person that got like really hungover the next day and then is like, I got to quit drinking. I can't be doing this. Is for the birds. But you do that after taking down like, I don't know, a new pack of Twizzlers and some Sour Patch Kids. It's kind of lame.
I don't know we're there yet with addiction in America. There seems that no matter what you're addicted to, there still seems to be a lot of judgersons with that.
Yeah, it does happen.
Yeah. So, like, you're right. If we get into the pantheon of addictions that are going to have you judged, candy is at the top.
I mean, this is just for me personally.
Gambling's right below it.
Candy's above gambling?
No, right below it.
Oh, right below it. I'm sorry. Okay, all right, good.
And then probably your hardcore drugs. And then probably booze. And then I think everybody just kind of gets the too much of a good thing with boom boom time.
Yeah, it just sounds as lame as you could possibly get, though. Does it not? The candy.
And at the bottom of that pyramid.
No.
Because if you're going to go down swinging, that's the thing you go down swinging
And that's
for.
a real way of going down swinging. Yeah. My way is just, I put on 5 pounds this weekend. Congratulations. I had too much sugar.
I've often had that thought of, like, if your friend comes along and is like, hey, I'm a sex addict, and I have a real problem. And I think to myself, am I going to answer, is it that you're too awesome?
Did you just wake up being too awesome?
Because to have that, you must be able to get it with great regularity by hook or by crook.
Uh-huh.
So there's an element of it like, wow, you're not addicted to candy.
Hey, it's not meth, right?
Yeah. Spin zone. If you get diabetes, you can end up without a foot like Dion.
That's true.
You know, like, I mean, it comes for you.
Not
you can
if it's boom time, though.
You can end up without a foot gambling, too, by the way. There are fun ways that you can do that as well. Yeah.
And with alcohol.
A little bit more intentional, though. More people involved in that one.
Pretty much everything but the bottom that we talked about, pretty much every one of those can end up without a foot one way or another.
Yeah, so we had a fun weekend. Yeah. That's all that is. We had a fun weekend.
So we had that going for us. The NBA All-Star came and went. I did not pay a second's attention to any of it.
Not any of it.
No,
well, that's good. It's on the docket for 6:20 then.
Now about
I watched all of it, by the way. Not the games, not the nonsense on Saturday, but on like Sunday, I watched all of it.
Now this would be the addiction that goes above candy.
NBA addiction.
You have no empathy for somebody that watches that much NBA All-Star Weekend.
Yeah.
I decided to follow up on my own line of thinking, which is that if the NBA can't take itself seriously and can't lead its way out of what is, and it's not just me, a fair amount of people that are even NBA casuals this year have said, God, it's an awful product. The players have never been less relatable. And I mean, even the caginess over the weekend of, we're going to try hard. Well, what about the Europeans? They're not. It's like, shut the, you know what up. Like, good God, make more excuses for why you can't be trusted on any given night to deliver a good product. So I decided to take my own advice, which was, I'm not rewarding you. That's what the NBA All-Star Weekend is.
You don't have to. It's not that.
So I decided I'm not rewarding you. I will reward the Cavaliers.
Yeah.
Because the Cavaliers play hard, and because I love this team, I will reward them with my viewing. Pretty much nobody else is going to get it.
I had one major gripe with it we can discuss later on the All-Star game. I had one major gripe. From someone that watched everything while giving myself a couple minutes here and there to get distracted by my child, I had one major gripe with it.
What's that?
No, we'll do it later. It's a tease. 6:20. Be around.
By the way, apparently we're having video issues. I know Keith and Jake Murren are on the scene on this one, so good looking out of the YouTube chat.
They're on the case.
They're pissed.
It described it like it was like a crime unit. Like they have this. They're there. We're monitoring it, and when it gets up, we'll let you know.
By the way, we have been on the stream. We're talking 12 hours a day, actually more, 13 hours a day for the last 8 weeks. Going back to us in the morning show.
Yeah,
that's 8 hours of day. And while it has not been completely flawless, for the amount of content we put out, do a pretty good job here. And we just have a bunch of a-holes in the YouTube chat.
Are they yelling about us not being on right now?
Only the best quality from 92.3 The Fan. Black